will give a little, I will give a little bit of time as attendees are making their way in. And this is the second day of our Elevate review panel for organizations over $135,000. And I will give a little bit of a background information before we get started. Looks like everybody is here. So my name is Jesus Pantel. I am the Cultural Funding Supervisor in the Cultural Arts Division of the City of Austin's Economic Development Department. Again, this is our Elevate panel. Day 2 of our organizational panel 1, which again is nonprofit organizations over $135,000. With me, we have Maya Williams-Britton on tech support. We have Rachel Osgood from the Long Center also providing tech support. And Priscilla Hale is our equity facilitator, making sure that both myself and the panelists are keeping equity in mind as we are reviewing these new pilot programs. The panelists have read and tentatively scored all of the applications prior to today. So they will be giving comments on that. They may change their scores depending on feedback from the other panelists, but they're not required to do so. And they will have their scores finalized as we're moving from one application to the other. We have a maximum of 10 minutes per application, and I will be scoring those. I'm going to get my timer out while I'm giving the rest of the information y'all should be aware of. We will stop the timer if we have any tech issues. So just so that way you are able to get the full time allotted to your application review. We're not going to 10 minutes on most of the applications, but we do sometimes. I'll give a 3-minute warning, a 2-minute warning, a 1-minute warning, and then a 30-second warning. Then I'll start counting down from 10 if we get to that. We are asking the panelists not to comment or repeat any comments that have been previously said. And they are not scoring on consensus, so they could have different scores, and that is fine. We're not requiring them to change the mind of their fellow panelists, but again, they can change their scores depending on the feedback that they hear. We're also asking that they not announce a numeric score, just that they provide overall application comments. Those comments should align with the review criteria. And they should not base their scores on information that is not listed in the rubric. We asked also that they look beyond grantsmanship to the extent possible. So if they have to hunt a little bit for the information, they may make comments about that. But if the information is there, we've asked that they keep that in consideration when they're scoring their applications. First-hand experience of the panelists is okay, as is going to your website, but they're not required to do that. So it's using what's in the application, or if they are familiar with you or your work, but only if it's first-hand experience, not someone else said something about you or your work. Some panelists have a conflict of interest today, and that is fine. They will recuse themselves from the live review by turning off their camera and turning off their microphone. We will call them back once that application has been reviewed. Their conflict of interest will not count against you. We're not counting their scores as a 0 or anything. We will just not consider their scores when we are giving the average. And I think that is it. So let me get my timer ready. And our first application up for review is Austin Bat Cave. Hector and B are our primary and secondary. Again, the timer will start when Hector starts giving his comments, and a reminder to everyone, if you are not speaking, to a reminder to go ahead and mute yourself. And I will mute myself as soon as Hector starts with his comments.
Great, thank you, Jesus. I scored this at the mid-range, and their signature event is the Expand Story Department, which they want to continue with this funding. They also offer 6 other events throughout the year, and they do mention in several areas where they do pay the storytellers. They focus most of their work with elevating the voices of youth in Travis County and Title I schools. They've served thousands of students, and They also have an adult program where they offer workshops to the adults. Most of the events, if not all, are free in Austin. I'm sorry, in East Austin. And they do try to engage BIPOC and LGBT communities in as far as, you know, in their audience participation. As far as leadership, it is diverse. They have half Latino, half BIPOC on the staff and board, and then about 30% they mentioned have some kind of disability. Half of them, they say, half of the board members have attended Title I schools. They do mention that they have been addressing DEI, right, and trauma-informed approaches for some time. And I think this is where, for me, they scored relatively in the middle to even maybe low, because they didn't provide, I didn't see sufficient information to, you know, to be evidence to see that they how they actually do this, and are they reaching the population that's the priority for this grant. They of course do ask community members, but I got the sense that maybe many of the voices that they hear are people that work with them, people that they know. I'm not sure. Again, I didn't get any detail about how they reach to actual communities. Let's see. As far as intersectionality, they do mention that it's an important thing for them, and that they use it in an attempt to even increase it in their hiring and getting the student volunteers, and also getting more diverse the people that they publish their writings. They do reach out to the blind and deaf community, according to them. They want writers from those populations. And they, like I mentioned just a few minutes ago, I think they do pay for the storyteller. So that is something where they also will use this funding. They, let's see, as far as accessibility, they do mention, but it's, again, not enough information about how accessible, especially for, you know, ADA. They do provide, or they do want to use that money to provide ASL translation, as well as translating from English to Spanish. So again, the staff, the money, they're wanting to use it for staff, for the story department, to pay storytellers. Their budget was very detailed. And yeah, that's, again, the emphasis here was that they did provide different instances where they talk about DEA, about reaching out to marginalized communities. What I didn't see much of was really evidence to support that.
Thank you. Secondary, B?
I know that you can't respond to this, but I have to know how the name Austin Batcave came about. It was almost thinking Batman and was so excited. I will say that their budget is wonderfully detailed. It's very clear in terms of, if they get this grant, where the additional money will go, how that can potentially improve in terms of compensating writers across the spectrum, as well as expanding accessibility. I also like that they've made the choice to record their sessions, put them available online, have multilingual caption options is truly fantastic. Their ASL budget seems potentially actually a bit high to me. As someone who's previously worked as a ASL interpreter, I would love that pay rate based on how many hours a night session could realistically be, unless they're all-nighters. In their leadership, they don't mention anything about LGBTQIA plus people, even though it's referenced as a core demographic, which is a sort of a consistent thing throughout the application section. So it goes in and out in terms of breaking down who is being served and by whom, which raised some representative questions. I too scored this medium high. I also find something that's really interesting here which is not in the intersectionality question, but actually comes up in terms of organizational participation, is how they reference that programs that they provide for adults, those adults then wind up committing themselves to work with their youth program. And that seems like a really cool thing. I wish there was more detail on what it is that they're doing. But you know, it otherwise in the application, it sounds like the adults and the youth are totally separate. And then it came here and it was like, oh, wow. Because they may both be at the same point in their would-be writing careers. And that's all I got.
Thank you, B. At this time, we'd like to invite other panelists to give any input you have. Okay, Hannah?
Yeah, I really appreciated the detail in the cultural leadership about how they're working with the new philanthropist and board lead. And I'm familiar with the new philanthropist, but it would have maybe helped with their scoring if they went into detail a little bit about the work they're doing to help diversify their board with those partners in particular. And I just think it's fantastic that their program director, the example of the program director being a former student, really added to the application.
Three minutes left. Anybody else?
Yeah, I think there was a missed opportunity with the adult program as well. I have to echo some of what B said about it wasn't clear. It seemed separate and then together. So I'd love to know more details about what they were doing. And then also they responded as the program seemed to be a financial contributor, because they mentioned it in the community relations as our adult programs bring in financial resources. So I'm curious to what that looks like. I kind of considered that low evidence. It is evidence, and that's great. I think good to them. Like I said, I think it's a missed opportunity. Tell us more about that, because it seems to be serving the organization well. Also, just looking for more spaces where the community is actually, there's non-financial ways, as the application refers to, and then there's those financial ways too. And I think that was the only example that they gave. And so, just looking for a little bit more there.
I would like to add that, as a literary arts organization, like, they're not only bringing in practitioners to share their work with audiences, but they're also working with audiences so that they can develop their own voice, their own narrative style, which, is literally, again, an instance of narrative voice. And they had some wonderful examples of student op-eds, which I thought were great, and again, they're not just teaching students to write an op-ed, to develop the writing skills. In the act of writing an op-ed, people begin to take a position as citizens, right? Like, they understand themselves as stakeholders in their community. And so I think the work of those op-ed workshops are really great. And somebody mentioned already their detailed budget. It was also a really reasonable one, right? They're requesting half of the available funds, which is, I always appreciate it when an organization doesn't look like they're just being greedy, right? And literary arts is like one of the most affordable kinds of operations. And as somebody who often is involved with literary arts organizations, I would actually say that their $300 honorarium for speakers is on the low side. And I would encourage them to support their artists by raising it.
We have about 40 seconds left. I do want to, someone had mentioned something about demographic leadership, and just a reminder to the panelists, and so that the applicants know, there was some demographic leadership for the board that was provided as information for the Economic Development Department that the panel may not have seen. So just keep that in mind, panel, as you are scoring. 18 seconds left. Any final comments from the panel? Seeing as there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores, and we will move on to the next application, which is Waterloo Greenway. Hector and Karen are our primary and secondary. Cassie has a conflict of interest, so she will be have her camera off and her microphone muted. We will invite her back when this application is, once everybody has finished their scoring, and when we're moving on to the next application. But again, Waterloo Greenway, Hector is the primary. Hector, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you. So the Waterloo is, it's around Waterloo Park. And let me just start with the location of the park. They do mention this, that it's in a great location for them to do some great work with the community and involved marginalized communities, because in the history of what's happened in Austin, the urban renewal, and even before that, they mentioned how the city was divided into east and west, right, and north and south. And they say that the Waterloo Park is placed in just the best place for them to be able to do that. So they rent space, and they do focus, they say, on programs that center DEI. They want to make sure that that this funding is going to be used for the space, for staff, and towards expenses. Let's see. They said that they've had over 150 events that have been largely attended, but they say about 98% of the zip codes. So they get a lot of representation from the city. They do prioritize BIPOC and LGBT. In fact, they have a commitment to equity and diversity. However, as it seems to be in the board and staff, I'm not so sure about the programming itself and how much they outreach to audiences, particularly those that are the priority for this grant. So they have, they've been analyzing inequity, and so they realize that the key people that they need to serve are African American, Latino, and other ethnic groups. Oh, and low income, and this is what comes from their proposal. They do partner with a lot of agencies, since they also work with the city, HOA, advocacy groups. They're trying to eliminate as many barriers as possible to participation. They do mention that they amplify many voices. Again, I'm giving you the generalities, and what I was looking for again is tell me, who is it that you're looking for? Who is it that you're asking? How are you involving them? And there was some detail in some sections, but not in all of them. They also, let's see. They do mention that they want to reach out and have stronger community relations on the east side of town. I don't remember how much, I don't have much detail here about intersectionality in their work. They do mention it, but I'm not sure if I saw any examples. Let's see. Accessibility. They mention that they do serve people with physical disabilities. They also use the terminology that they are universally accessible, and so their facilities are used by all. They do have interpreters, particularly with ASL, and they have signage that are in English and Spanish. And they offered good detail in their budget. Again,
Thank you.
this one last thing I want to emphasize. Again, they do. The reason that I did rate them in the mid-low was because they do talk about the great things they're doing. I wanted to see more evidence of that.
Thank you, Hector. Secondary, Karen?
On to what Hector was saying. I think so. Waterloo Greenway Conservancy is specifically applying for their community incubator, which is as the Conservancy itself is a urban redevelopment project that's, as they describe it, shifting from capital investment to cultural programming. So the community incubator is a funding that will be used towards supporting and expanding its community, it's the various events that take place. And so they identify this at this time as one that's focused on offering free DEI programming. They had a really detailed work sample describing sort of an educational pitch deck showing sort of what they envision and some of the things that some of their criteria and mission in terms of that. And they had another work sample showing I think it was like breakdancing kind of competition or something as one example, and then a nice list of all the different kind of eclectic kind of arts activities, community interest program activities I've been having. I did not see did anyone else see letters of support in this application? I did not see it in my file. And so sort of echoing what Hector is saying, like it seems to be a good plan that's only recently shifting towards DEI focused programming. And what I would like to see is more evidence of impact, which wasn't obvious evident to me in the existing file application.
Thank you, Karen. Now we'd like to invite other panelists to give any comments, feedback. I know folks are probably looking through that portal for those letters of support. But yeah, if anybody else has anything right now that they, outside of the letters of support, which I think we can figure out.
And I'm looking through for the letters of support. So panelists, if you do have any additional comments you'd like to make, I'm looking to see if those are in there. So please feel free to comment if you have additional comments. All right, I just finished looking through and I opened all of the, or did the little preview view of all of the attachments. I did not see any letters of support in there. Any further comments from the panel? If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And if you can give me a thumbs up when you are done finalizing your score so we can let Cassie know to come back. So Karen, I saw you were good. James is good. Ashley, Hannah, B, and Hector. All right, Cassie, you can come back on camera. All right, so that was Waterloo Greenway. Next application up for review is Texas Early Music Project. Karen and Hector are our primary and secondary. And Karen, whenever you are ready to begin.
So the Texas Early Music Project is a music organization dedicated towards studying and performing early music. Its niche, its audience and constituency is early music fans and experts, local musicians, seniors, and young people. They mentioned one as an example of the young people. They say they've had one of their members is a recent graduate. And student populations who don't have access to historically informed early music. They describe in their own description of the key constituents as admittedly niche. Niche is their term, not mine. They've been in existence for the past 20 years. They do try to hire underrepresented peoples and see themselves as trying to bring early music to larger audiences. They have a longstanding partnership with the Texas School for the Blind. The board is majority women, although they don't mention that in their pros. It's evident in the board listing, with a really good mix of skills and competencies, which I thought must be useful to the management of the board and to the leadership of the organization. In terms of community voice, they say that the artistic director solicits input from key constituencies. So it appears to be a sort of top-down engagement of community input, largely overseen and managed by the artistic director. In recent programming, they featured the first Black composer and the first woman composer known to have published music, to have their music published. They've also featured Sephardic music and music from the Middle East. Some of this is evident in their concert, the recent concert, I don't know how to pronounce it, Conviviscencia, which featured early music of early Christian, Muslim, and Jewish music from Spain, which was featured in their work sample. They, among their community relationships, they operate within loan space that they receive for free. In terms of giving back to the community, they're employing musicians and providing music education. One of their things that they see themselves as offering the larger community, or the larger community, is a their term virtual season ticket, which is, I guess, a way for which they see themselves as attracting cultural tourists, their term as well, so that their music is always available virtually, so it can be accessible to people outside of Austin, at different times. They request $62,000 towards special outreach concerts, and they have one letter of support from a collaborating artist.
Thank you. Secondary, Hector?
Sorry, I was on mute. Yeah, just a few other things that I just want to mention. They do talk about, which I found interesting, that they said that they reach out to diverse communities. However, they very specifically say musicians that are at risk of leaving Austin because they're just not making enough money. They do mention that it's difficult the reason that they have not had more composers of color, because it's hard to find, and this is their words, Black or mixed composers. They're hard to find, and so that's why they don't feel like they've had enough representation. Now, they do mention something about a roster, and I wasn't sure what a roster referred to, whether it was staff or attendance or board, but it did say that, and this is again their terminology, is that they have in their roster, they have primarily women of color and LGBT. Again, I couldn't figure out what roster they were referring to. So, and then the last thing is that they did say last season their participation was 27% BIPOC, and they want to increase that. That's part of their aim. That's all.
I think we're open, right? I just want to comment on the cultural leadership section. They do show they have a lot of experience in academic and professional settings, although I don't see a lot of community engagement there. They don't really explain their diversity and their organizational leadership. And I think it could be improved here really to show how they're working with people outside of academia, because I think oftentimes that can be very oppressive and class-based. So it would be great to see kind of their community relationships as a whole, and then how they're representing the key constituencies and making those connections.
I really appreciated learning on the intersectionality section. I felt like they had one of the better answers to this area in particular, and I appreciated learning about the previous board president, who is Mexican American and LGBTQIA, identifying how they were not able to serve long due to personal and professional life, and as an Asian American leader who's very active on boards and such, there's so much that we're often asked to join and be parts of boards for this reason. So acknowledging that was really important and added to the cultural leadership context too, of how they're trying to improve that, and kind of some of the struggles that they're dealing with in terms of diversifying their board.
I think Cassie and Hector mentioned something that I'm hearing a tie now as it relates to community engagement in this application, on being able to identify composers of color. May speak to more of community engagement than the lack of resources, actually. The other thing is, it would have been good to see they share with us their numbers on the percentage of BIPOC individuals on the diversity in their board. So even if that is, which I'm not sure, I can't remember, even if that is the first time, I think now they have a baseline. So it would have been good to see what was the expectation to grow. And there are two different sections where they mentioned we're going to increase. And so maybe I was just interested into, so instead of 27%, is it 30%? Is it, what does that look like both for BIPOC and LGBTQ? And they didn't expound any more upon that. So yeah.
And to piggyback a bit, I mean, on the issue of BIPOC composers, there's no shortage of music that exists from that realm. I recognize that they are making their concerts virtually available. I know that that does have some impact, and they may be looking at music specifically that's in the public domain. But cast that wider net. There is so much more than just Mozart, Bach, etc., Tchaikovsky, you name it. What I love is in their accessibility aspect. They talk about how they will even go to individuals' homes from School for the Blind. They're taking that extra step while also acknowledging realities of immunocompromisation. But when they reference what they're doing in terms of the concerts themselves, I'm curious if there may be better options. I realize there may be economic issues in it than just amplifying speakers, because that will actually potentially do damage to other audiences while elevating some. I would look at hearing loop, hearing aid resources in their concert space instead, as someone who doesn't like spaces that are too loud. But also they reference bringing on risers for the stage. Not clear if the risers themselves are wheelchair accessible. And when you're talking about a band performance arrangement, you're not going to typically adjust the musicianship placement based upon disability. It's based on sound. So luckily for me, I'm a woodwind player. I may be at the front, but that is a case where it's improving an aspect for the audience, but not necessarily for the performer. But it is really interesting how they're bringing that in, and I would challenge in the representation, if they're doing all of this work within the disability community, to bring in disability representation within the organization.
And we are at time. Thank you. And just real quick, panel, for the letters of support that someone had mentioned, it was one upload, but there were two letters included in that letter of support upload. And someone had made a reference about this, it looked like it was a better thing that they had seen. So just a reminder that you're not comparing one application to another. You're scoring this application specifically on how it meets the review criteria. So with that being said, we are at time for Texas Early Music Project. Next application up for review is American Short Fiction. Karen and B are our primary and secondary. And Karen, whenever you are ready to begin.
So American Short Fiction is a nationally distributed tri-quarterly print magazine that's been in operation since 1991. In addition to that, they also offer robust literary programming with an emphasis obviously on short fiction. Their key constituencies, I think this refers to their writers, to their contributors: 6% women and non-binary writers, 47% non-whites, 20% LGBTQ writers, 64% new writers. I appreciate the fact that they recognize new writers as a separate, a distinct community, and also incarcerated authors. Although I'm not sure, these are my notes, I'm not sure I'm not sure what their statistics are on their audience and the distribution and the reception of the magazine. It was founded in 1991, as mentioned earlier, but it's most noted the diversity that I just quoted has really only been in place since about 2021. It is women-owned, women-led. They gave, I don't remember which example this anecdote this was, but they gave, I think it was somebody who had previously had their first publication in this journal and then went on to have some larger publication. They gave that as an example. This is quote, the ripple effects that American short fiction can have on the career of an Austin author. So that like they take pride in their ability to help launch local authors onto the national stage. They have a story sessions project, and it wasn't clear to me exactly what that was. They do list the, as I mentioned, those BIPOC writers seem to have mostly really proliferated in the past 2 or 3 years. They also fund a graduate fellowship. They have a new partnership with Hudson-Tillotson University, and they offer other literary prizes and assist writers gaining their entree into the very difficult to enter and often homogenous literary world, publishing world. With regards to language accessibility, they say that they quote, it does not offer any special measures for language. It is a literary magazine which publishes in English. They had a very detailed and itemized budget, and I believe there was one letter from they had letters from a supported artist or supported writer, as well as a letter from the director of the Texas Book Festival. And I had difficulty playing the video that was provided as a work sample. So I wasn't able to watch that.
And before we move on to secondary, thank you, Karen. Story sessions, in their application, they state that's a 3-part public program featuring notable local and national writers in conversation, part of their project summary. So just a reminder on that. And B, whenever you are ready for your secondary comments.
Yeah, so by their own admission, there's opportunity for diversity growth within their board, but it's not clear what those goals will be, what the plan is directly to increase that diversity. In their speakership, it said the Latinx percent was only 15%, given their population representation in the city of Austin. That seemed quite low to me. A 3-to-1 ratio. But also, like they mentioned, they had a Latinx issue, like there was an opportunity within that issue, right, to do Spanish language story. Given what the medium in which they operate, I think rather than saying it does not, although their transparency is appreciated, look at how you can publish stories that are in other languages. To be clear, it doesn't even just have to be Spanish, depending upon the communities you're trying to serve. In the accessibility question, which is the first and only time that anything pertaining to disability is addressed, they simply note that it takes place in an ADA accessible facility and that there's ASL interpreters selectively just for the spoken program. That's a bit frustrating. I wanted to know, right, what are you doing in terms of the actual literary magazine? For example, is the magazine digitized with the ability to adjust the size of the font? Do you have audio recordings of these stories for individuals that are significantly visually impaired, be myself included? There's a lot that can be done and could have potentially been put in terms of where they allocate their resources for this application. That said, they do provide money for their speakers, they provide compensation in terms of their stories. And it does look like, in general, they're making over time, various levels of diversity improvements for an organization that maybe wasn't centered originally around serving marginalized communities' primary demo.
Thank you, Pete. Hannah, go ahead, Hannah.
Under the community voice, I noticed that some of the partnership venues that they mentioned include a lot of city cultural facilities like the Mexican American Culture Center, the Carver. They wrote Asian American Cultural Center, but they might, not to assume, but they might mean Resource Center, which is the city facility versus the private cultural center facility. I noticed in this area that 2 of the facilities the city operates will be under construction during the time frame of the program, and that's something as a community leader I know. But what would strengthen this area of the application is if they talked a little bit more about what does it mean to use these partner venues. They sort of just talked about how in this response it said they would know these venues would know the communities that they serve best. But I would like to know more what that means in terms of how they're working with the venue. Are they trying to use it for free space, or are they renting space? Are they working together in hand with the programming for that space? So that would strengthen this area for me.
Any other panelists have anything they'd like to add?
If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. We will move on to the next application, AGLIF. We have a couple of conflicts of interest here. Hannah and B will turn off their cameras, and they're already muted. And so Hannah and B will come back once the rest of the panel is done reviewing this application. Hector and Karen are our primary and secondary. And I see B and Hannah are both off camera. So Hector, whenever you're ready to start.
Thank you, Jesus. So I scored them on the mid-range. What they do is they're the largest LGBTQ film fest in Texas, and they've been doing this for over 37 years. Very specifically, their project, their vision, their services, their involvement is the key population is LGBT, and they make it very clear. They do talk about how they reach out to other audiences with only just generalities. So they work, they say, with 40 community partners, and most of those are LGBT. So in fact, the vision says that they represent, they want to raise the voices and represent trans, LGBT, and other members of diverse community. They mention other members of diverse community, but again, not specific enough to mention BIPOC and or the population that, or the communities that are the priority for this grant. They do mention that their board is diverse, and again, it's made up of LGBT, BIPOC, and other identities. They do center, according to them, the voices of BIPOC, but again, with the focus of LGBT. So for them, it's LGBT BIPOC, as opposed to the primary focus being, again, the focus of this grant. They say that their programming does promote inclusivity, but again, doesn't explain how they include people of color or other marginalized communities. As far as in looking at their intersectionality in their explanation, they say that they do include films by other of Asian descent, Latin, Black, and what they do in those issues, they want to make sure that the issues explore economic, sexuality, and other issues that people of different identities face. Again, and I need to say this again because again, the focus, and they stated, is on the LGBT community. As far as ADA, they mentioned that they use other venues, but no details as to accessibility. As far as language, they provide translation of other films from other languages into English. So they have English subtitles. No mention about if they provide any kind of translation for Spanish speakers. And then the budget. This was really interesting because they took a very honest approach about their current situation. And this is what they explained, they say that our fiscal health is troublesome. And they go on and explain and why, because they have had some deficits. But what came up for me was that, just a concern about sustainability. Yes, it's good to acknowledge that that's the case, right? We got to look at reality. Yet I'm not sure, in fact, in me reading it, what it does, instead of me saying, oh, that's great, I'm glad that you're being honest and you're doing something about it, it just gives me pause and it gives me concern about their sustainability, which, again, I think, well, but they've been around for 37 years. So anyway, it was just, I just found it interesting, refreshing that they were very honest about their current financial situation.
Thank you. And before we move on to the secondary, I've paused the timer just real quick, just so the applicant, if they are watching either live or in the recording, the panelists that have conflicts of interest, they are not scoring this application. So it's not like it counts as a 0. We will just not utilize their scores when we are determining the final average score for your application. And then I will resume the timer when secondary Karen, whenever you're ready to begin.
Sure. So just to add on, like a few things that are interesting from the application or relevant. It's the festival runs in 4 physical theaters with a hybrid component. It'd be good to have some numbers on, how large the seating is, what the theatrical capacity is, like what the percentage is of actual attendance, like how many more coming on streaming. It's made up entirely, the leadership is entirely made up of volunteers, which is remarkable that they've been in operation since 1987. It's difficult. Hector's right to raise the question of sustainability, but they also should be commended for maintaining this degree of commitment for so many decades. It would be nice to have some more metrics on diversity of the leadership, which again, maybe we didn't have access to. It was not evident in the board information that we had. In terms of community voice, their screening committees are, I believe, all volunteer. They also have an audience award. So as they put it, community input is woven into every stage of our project from selection to execution. So unlike some film festivals, which have where people are invited to selection committee by invitation and prizes are made by a jury, this appears to be one that's very much community driven in terms of programming and selection. The programming committee has one of the US's, they say one of the US's first trans programmers. And let's see. One of their letters was from a member of the Austin Queer Chamber of Commerce, and another letter was from a supported filmmaker. And they had an excellent sizzle reel. So anybody who's looking for a film editor to do their sizzle reel should contact them. So.
Thank you, Karen. And this time we'd like to invite other panelists. And if no one has
panelists.
James,
James?
I see James, and then I would like to say something also.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Yeah, I just want to suggest to applicants to careful on satisfying. In this application, it seems to me that there's, from what I'm reading, they're satisfying their language concerns by, saying we're showing the film in multiple languages, which leaves out the possibility of annexing anyone's experience to the film. Conversations need to happen, like where's the restroom? How do I find out more about your organization? Can I park here? Things like that. And so we just want to be careful about not annexing the whole experience by not having someone there who can actually engage. And that would be the key word, engage.
Thank you, James. And I just want to remind us that we will, that we're only scoring based on the questions that were asked in the application, and therefore there's not a thing about sustainability. So we want to be mindful about that, and then also recognize that folks who are applying for these funds or folks who are at risk of cultural erasure, but also may have had minimal access and have minimal access to funding. And so, yes, 37 years of being in a being an all volunteer and talking about their financial situation is something that they're trying to be honest about, but they also, we know that the city of Austin does not provide funding based on need. So I think that's an important thing for applicants to also recognize, that it's not based on need. So just be mindful of that when you are doing that, but also just want to really remind panelists to take into account that sustainability is not one of the criteria which we need to score folks on.
Thank you, Priscilla. We have about 2 minutes left. I just want to, I was going to chime in and saying something pretty similar to what Priscilla was saying. We did ask in the budget form for them to explain any deficit, so keep that in mind as well when you're scoring the application. 1 minute, 50 seconds left. Any other comments from the panel?
I'll just add, thank you, James, for clarifying again to the applicant about like the various ways in which you can meet language diversity and to open up language to different types of language speakers in terms of just engagement. But I also thought that this application had a very thoughtful response to the questions about inclusion, and they spoke in their discussion about the intersectionality of compound oppression, and that their programming choices like repeatedly show that being queer, this is their language, being queer is only one aspect of a person's experience. And so simply in the diversity of programming, you get the intersectionality of different kinds of race, class, language, identity, as other aspects of identity as well.
Less than a minute left. Any final comments from the panel? If there are no further comments, please finalize your scores and then give me a thumbs up when you are done so we can let Bea and Hannah to know that they can come back on. Ashley is done. Hector's done. Cassie is done. James is done. And Karen is done. All right, Bea and Hannah, y'all can come back on camera. That was AGLIF. Our next application up for review. Oh, we'll wait till, yeah, there's Bea. Next application up for review is Gilbert and Sullivan Austin. Ashley and Karen are our primary and secondary. And Ashley, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you. Gilbert and Sullivan, they were founded to educate and entertain with productions of the comic musicals by W.S. Gilbert and Arthur Sullivan. They were formed in the 70s, just as people with a common interest. They were appointed from UT. And so this has, from the very beginning, have been the center of their, what they focus on. They've gathered in homes to perform and enjoy songs before they were incorporated. And this has just been central to their work. Their administrative and creative leadership are one and the same. They have a working board and no staff. Their application discusses centering their community's voice by asking audience members to provide feedback. They mail out a bi-monthly newsletter to inform their community, and then they also poll their members, which is over 350. They attract new members from across Texas and beyond, they attract audience members. And so they serve a very broad audience. They do explain seeking a diverse pool of applicants when it comes to applications for performers and crew. And they note especially BIPOC artists. Their investment from the community is in the form of relationship-oriented contributions, particularly with individual volunteers and community partner organizations. They provide career development opportunities, including the opportunity to collaborate for artists with other artists at various levels in their careers. They provide job creation. They feature solos, mentorships, and free and low-cost programs, education, and more. Their proposed activities in the application include services for individuals with disabilities and they also note providing transcripts. They do not include, or their proposal does not include providing specialized adaptations or services for non-English speaking communities. However, they did note that they have offered some non-English performances in the past. And lastly, they intend for the funding to be used to support continuing their programming and for outreach and marketing. They want to reach new audiences, and so they want to focus more, some of the funds in their marketing to reach areas that they haven't before. And their budget includes payment for artists, and additionally to have a part-time administrator.
Thank you. Secondary, Karen?
So just adding on, given that the fact that their constituency is as I say, core of older Texans, and they're led by a world-renowned Gilbert and Sullivan scholar, that you can see that as an organization, they're trying to make changes to bring themselves to reach a more contemporary, diverse local audience. They're returning to a policy of using exclusively Central Texas talent. They have a gender diverse board. They do ask audience members to provide feedback and also encourage them to participate in a sing-along in a very literal answer to what constitutes community voice in terms of their engagement. One of the things that they're particularly proud of, and rightly so, I think, is that as an example of the ways in which they're trying to transform themselves while still being true to their content and to their role, is in 2018 they completely reimagined Gilbert and Sullivan's opera The Mikado, which is a Madame Butterfly type thing, in response to like an activist and academic critique led by Asian American activists and scholars and activists. And what they turned that into the McAdoo, a sort of Scottish like romance thing. So, and that was widely covered. That was received national coverage in the national theatrical press as a sign of sort of innovation and change and interesting happenings. I think this was mentioned, but they have 4 academic scholarships, 2 of which, so half of them, are reserved for BIPOC candidates. There was a good letter from a previous performer, and I would have, because the Mikado McAdoo case example is such an interesting example of their work, it would have been interesting in their montage, especially because it's Gilbert and Sullivan, to have voice and dialogue included instead of it just being a non-audio supported video.
Thank you, Karen. We'd like to invite other panelists to give any input you may have. Okay, B.
For my military knowledge, though I'm plucky and adventury, has only been brought down to the beginning of the century, I acknowledge Gilbert and Sullivan's challenge in terms of diversifying, but also that they have a very unique place in musical theater history. Their importance in terms of the context of musical theater history, I would have liked to have been contextualized a bit more in the application in terms of why that preservation is important. But also, what is the possibility of the organization to do shows and songs beyond Gilbert and Sullivan, but that were directly influenced by Gilbert and Sullivan's work, clearly shaped by Gilbert and Sullivan's work, in terms of bringing in younger individuals. In the accessibility question, unfortunately, they use the term fully accessible. Fully accessible does not exist. That is not possible, and it unfortunately removes autonomy from those who are disabled. Though I do love that they have text printed out, potentially for people who are viewing. But I would also say, what is the ability to do virtual programming, especially since everything that Gilbert and Sullivan did, pretty certain everything at this point, is in the public domain, which means you don't need license to present virtually. And though they mention compensation, they don't mention what that compensation is. So I would like to know what the breakdown is in terms of how they pay their artists, especially since the board themselves are not being compensated and there's no paid core staff.
I just want to add a little. I scored this relatively low. I didn't see a lot of thoughtful engagement with diverse groups here. And I think that really some of the missteps that they write about here could be avoided by having more community engagement through every step of the process and not just kind of brought in at later stages, like in the production phase. And I wanted to know a little bit more about their cultural leadership too. And I think that might help me to understand their connections to the community and really not just hearing and getting feedback, but listening and adapting. And it seems like they are doing that and they're trying. I just encourage them more, more kind of one-on-one, like in-depth engagement would be helpful in kind of reaching these audiences that I think have been kind of before. So far, I don't see them engaging as much with.
We have a little over a minute left. Just a reminder for the panelists in their scoring and for the applicants that may be listening in, we do encourage the panelists to provide, feedback for, constructive criticism for future improvement. So just on B's comment about doing Gilbert and Sullivan adjacent items, they were founded, I'm going off of my memory, but, for Gilbert and Sullivan. So keep that in mind in your scoring, but for the applicants, keep that in mind that we are asking panelists to give feedback for potential future improvement. 45 seconds left. Any additional comments from the panel? If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And I know we are scheduled to take a break, but one of our panelists needs to leave at noon for a something, and we are going to I think let's go ahead and do co-op radio next, and then we will take our break, and I will give you all I was going to explain more, but since we're going slightly out of order, I'll give you all a little bit of time to bring those up. Karen will have to leave at noon. And again, a reminder to all of the applicants that the panelists have reviewed and scored all of these applications prior to today. Karen's a secondary and co-op, so we want to do that while she is here. Since we are recording the sessions, Karen will, we will use her scores and comments when we're delivering the scores, but then Karen will also watch the video for any of the applications that she missed, because panelists can change their scores depending on the feedback from the other panelists. So hopefully that gives everybody a little bit of time to bring up co-op. So next application up for review is Co-op Radio, 91.7 FM. Hannah and Karen are our primary and secondary. And again, the 10-minute time will not start until the primary starts begin giving their feedback. Hannah, whenever you are ready to begin.
Great. Yeah, so Co-op Radio is a cooperative run radio station, and the project they're applying for financial support to continue to fulfill their mission as Austin Community Radio and expand their reach to serve as a valuable platform for diverse voices and cultural richness. For this application, I gave it about like a middle score. They do have a really broad reach and mission, and their key constituencies are just broadly their listeners and those who participate in their cooperative run organization. Under history of service, they spoke very broadly again of serving all listeners. I think in this area, what would strengthen this history of service for me is if they went a little bit more into the diverse programming and how it's part of their efforts to reach key communities that they talk about. I think perhaps for this application is that they feel very tied to their mission of serving all. And then also in the cooperative method of operations, there's certain things they cannot say on air, but I would recommend for the applicant that for future applications, if they go into more depth about the community work with diverse organizations or even specific stories they featured or programs that feature diverse stories a little bit more specifically, these would strengthen these areas in particular. Under cultural leadership, the power resides very strongly with the membership, as is part of the cooperative method, and composed of their sustainers and volunteers. There's a board of directors, or they list their board of directors as elected by membership. So there's a lot of community voice in how the organization is run and how decision-making is done in the organization. They talk about a community council that acts as an advisory board to their board of directors. And the score in this area could have been improved if they go into more detail about what the wide spectrum of community input and diverse perspectives specifically are that the council comprises of. Their programming committee consists of volunteers that are certified among their peers, and they do have some part-time staff, I believe. And so this area would have been strengthened if there was more detail about the part-time staffing and how they add to the spread of what they're trying to, their goals in terms of diversity and engagement with various communities. Community voice, going back to this again, they talk about having representatives from different segments of the community and the community council. But again, I really think that more detail in how the community council, like who comprises the community council and how do they try to ensure that diversity is met would strengthen this area too. But I will say overall, they have a really strong model based on their cooperative model about how input is given and how that shapes the organization and direction. For their cultural activities and relevance, their answer is broad and unspecific. I think this area would benefit from naming specific communities again and partners that they are currently working with and want to work with. So just a reminder that any specificity would help with raising the scores in these areas. And it's the same with their answers on intersectionality and inclusion. Examples really go a long way in what that means, that when they say they're acknowledging and embracing interconnectedness of diverse identities experience. They do talk about elevating voices that are often overlooked and marginalized in their diverse programming, but they speak about all the intersectionalities without specifically talking about how they intersect. Community relationships, they do have a very strong community because they're a community-led community that's cooperative. So I do see quite a bit of strong balance between the volunteer engagement, the non-monetary and the monetary financial supports or supports that they're getting in terms of their community relationships. And I do see that the opportunity creations they provide are quite high. In terms of that, there's a lot of roles you can plug into. There's a method that you can start as a listener to become a volunteer, to potentially being a radio host, etc. Okay. And then I do think that in terms of accessibility, they talk about allowing people with disabilities to perform volunteer activities, including on-air hosting radio production, and using assistive technologies in order to do that, and as well as alternative formats for visually impaired individuals. So in this area, I thought that was something a little different that they brought to the table. And for language, language accessibility that's non-English, it seems like they do a lot of public service announcements that are also in Spanish as well as English. And then there's not too much information here about other languages, although they just acknowledge that language is should not be a barrier to accessing vital information. And those are most of my comments. I thought, you know, the budget was quite strong for this organization as well.
Thank you, Hannah. We have about 3 minutes left. Secondary, Karen?
So thanks, Hannah, for such a thorough discussion. I would just add, they mentioned that they're the only current cooperatively run radio station in the US. Unlike corporate stations, each programmer has the freedom to curate their own content. The very sort of diffuse and decentralized power structure or governance that Hannah's already described is, you know, makes it by definition an incredibly community, like coming from the people. One suggestion but I did wonder about how that is implemented in the ways in which they ensure diversity, because sometimes when you have completely democratic systems, what happens is that the most vocal or most active end up controlling things. So I wonder if it might be useful for them to think about possibly having, kind of mandates that the community groups decide on. They have a youth media literacy workshop, which is so important. 80% of their station revenue comes from donors. And they are requesting the money specifically because they're at a time of necessary technology infrastructure renovation, understandably, because it's a radio station. And they're also launching more of an online presence. They had 2 great letters, one from a former featured musician who's now works in an adjacent field in radio, as well as from a loyal listener and tech engineer who's also working in an adjacent industry. And they had a really great video montage as their work sample, but I wondered to what degree the video montage was representative of the population that is programming, because it was largely white within the work sample. So they might want to think about, again, ways of ensuring diversity within their community, within their programming and population.
At this time, we'd like to invite other panelists. We have about 1 minute left to give input.
So again, you use the term fully accessible for your studio. Full accessibility does not exist. It removes autonomy from disabled people. But also you reference things pertaining to accessibility in regards to virtual viewing, but it's not defined what that is, nor what you're providing in terms of accessibility in the studio. So I was looking for more information, more concrete information there. Even though it's clear that you have disability participation within the organization.
And we are at time. Thank you, panelists. Please finalize your score for this application. We will be taking a break. It is 11:49. We will come back at 12:05 because I want to let the public know and let the panelists know. Austin Shakespeare is the next application up for review. So I know we're going slightly out of order. So Austin Shakespeare is up next, and then Paramount and Stateside Theaters after that, and then we will be back in our regular schedule. So we will come back at 12:05 to take a one of our panelists had to take a call at noon. So Karen, all of the panelists have reviewed and scored the applications prior to today. Karen will be watching a recording of the video to see if anything the fellow panelists have to say will have changed her score. And so just a reminder, our next application up for review will be Austin Shakespeare. After that will be Paramount and Stateside Theaters. And then we will go into our regularly scheduled review. So our next application, again, Austin Shakespeare, James and Hector are our primary and secondary. Let me get my timer ready to go. And the 10-minute maximum time will begin once James starts giving his comments.
Thank you, Jesus. So Austin Shakespeare, organization that is focused on presenting and producing plays, primarily focused from Shakespeare. Let's go back. It always scrolls differently. Bringing to the public performances that emphasizes on imagination, accessibility, and diversity in all sectors of company life. So they want to focus on removing barriers by actually going to the public where they are. They use a Zilker, I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly, park, which is a space where they say there are no barriers. It's a neutral space where they're able to come. So I scored this relatively high, this application. Some of the history of service, looking at pulling up my notes. Strong evidence of serving an impacted group, also commented strong evidence of serving diverse groups with a focus on removing barriers, and not saying that even in this language that I'm using is a requirement, but the gist of my comments that things are organically happening with the program. As it relates to their leadership, I saw great evidence of leadership with lived experiences and representation on the community. However, there could have been some room for improvement, and then I think I mentioned a little bit more there. In the community voice, I did have a note here for community voice where we talk about what does collaboration actually look like. Would have been helpful to get more information on meetings. Is it meetings? Are there surveys? Are there focus groups? I saw a lot of information describing, we collaborate with. Let's see. We begin to develop stories. They talk about programming. A lot of descriptive words, and that would be a note I would kind of make to applicants just in general around in these areas when questions come on how is the community involved, how the stages of your project, blah, blah, blah. How do you operationalize this? Is there any success? In what ways? And so the descriptive words are definitely a benefit to kind of give us an idea of what the programming kind of addresses some of our sensories as from the reading, but be sure to make sure you get those action items in there. We appreciate words like collaborating with, working closely with, but it's the how. How does that happen? And that's one area in an example we was looking for that. In cultural relevance, there was some info in the section, and info on how the selections are made in the section would have been beneficial. Let's see, on how you made the selections of the programming that you're offering and the relevance to the community. How did you kind of get to that? You might have mentioned it in another section, but we're back to that again, that action item, kind of how. So definitely appreciate the question does ask about, listing it, and we want to see that programming. So thank you for that. Great evidence of addressing from an intersectionality. I'm definitely interested in see what my other panel mates have to say or respond to. Any comments? Let's see. In community relationships, in those non-financial ways on how the the community supporting you. I was looking for more evidence on pure partnerships. I saw a lot of consulting with. That's another term that comes up. Working closely with, collaborating with, consulting with. I would like to know, what does that look like? What kind of action items do you have? Are we just having lunch and tea and coffee? We have a conversation about it. But what is maybe the results of or some of those plans that come out of those conversations? Great evidence for creation, for opportunity creation. I saw job creation, education, and networking. The other thing, I think, final thing I had was good to see in the budget that you were focused on consideration for artist fees. And there was some alignment between your narrative there and what you were doing with the artists. Also, for your program, I reached great evidence of marketing and audience development to retain your current and also expand. I think I had one other thing. Accessibility, great. And even that I didn't make any notes or anything, so great on language as for you Spanish speaking members of your community. So I think those are my comments, and I will relinquish to the secondary.
Thank you. Hector?
Thank you. I also scored it high. And I just want to add a few things that are worth mentioning is that in their vision, they do talk about how they reach out and have tried in their history, have reached out to marginalized communities, and they describe that further down. They want to make sure that all participate, especially, and they mention different ethnicities, different ages, different representation, right, from different communities. Their board members, they have 11 board members and 3 are from BIPOC community. They have a strong donor base. They listed quite a few donors, which I think is really great. They have, the last thing is that they have done productions in Spanish, 3 of them actually, and they're wanting to partner and do, actually, no, they've done some, let me go back. They've done some in Spanish, and it was, they also talked about representation from some production from South America and including Bali World. And then the last thing is around in 24-25, what they're wanting to increase their partnership with organizations, particularly in the East. And they mentioned Esquina Tango, which they primarily serve Latino communities. Those are the highlights. Again, they did receive a high score.
Thank you. I'd like to invite other panelists to give input, feedback.
This application really stood out to me. Apart from a lot of the other well, we're not comparing, so thank you. They really pay attention to different forms of language, and not just saying, for example, that they offer Spanish language programming, but that they partnered with Rupert Reyes to create a Pachuco style Romeo and Juliet. And I attended that performance, and it was code switching. So it was going back and forth between Spanish and English, which I think is something that a lot of folks from our key constituencies do all the time. And to have that represented, I think is really important. But then they also, as Hector said, they are partnering with Esquina Tango. And I know the owners there are from Argentina, and they present a different style of Spanish, and they're thinking of presenting surreal Andalusian poetry of Garcia Lorca. So I think that the attention to detail and working with the collaborators really shows how they're picking up on not just a kind of a broad pan Latino experience or Latinx experience, but speaking to a lot of different individualized groups within that as well, which I appreciated.
Just really quickly, it's not an area we scored, but I did notice that in the project summary, it says XX for this application. So with the project summary, if that was filled out, it makes it a little bit easier for when we're scoring to kind of connect it back to that summary and how it's an easier roll up for the reviewers at least. Jesus, do you know if that's an area that was required, or I guess some people can leave it?
Yeah, it's not a scoring area. So as you said, it can be helpful for you as the panelists. It's for us also to differentiate between the applications, but it is not a scoring area. We've got a minute left. B, I can't tell if you were raising your hand. Yes.
Yeah, so I will disagree. I was very underwhelmed by the accessibility response. You say that you're in a fully ADA compliant facility. To be clear, the ADA is the bare minimum. That is the legal minimum. That doesn't tell me a whole lot. You then use the term fully accessible. Full accessibility is not a possibility, and it removes autonomy away from disabled people. And I'm a bit surprised that the language appeared there, given the consulting work from disability organizations. And you reference the diversity of the cast of Richard III, but you do not mention if Richard III himself or themselves is being played by somebody who is disabled. And it is concerning to me potentially because it is arguably the most exploited role when it comes to disabled people, who is almost never played by someone disabled themselves.
And we are at time for this application. So thank you, panelists. If you would please finalize your scores. And as we're getting ready, again, we're going to Paramount and Stateside Theater. So slightly out of order, I will remind the applicants watching either live or the recording, we do not require consensus for the panelists, so they can have diverging opinions, and that is fine. So next up for review is Paramount and Stateside Theaters. Cassie and Hannah are our primary and secondary. And Cassie, whenever you are ready to begin. Oh, and you're muted.
Thank you. I think I would have learned by now. The Paramount and Stateside Theaters are looking for support for their Austin Theater Alliance programming for their upcoming production year. In their upcoming season of performances serve Austinites as well as tourists. They say the funding will go to provide, and I quote, providing accessible, affordable, and collaborative events across our programming season, bringing impactful experiences to new audiences and serving the community equitably. I scored this at a moderate level. The organization's mission is broad, and I didn't feel like it showed how they centered key constituency groups early on, though they have evolved to reach some of these groups. They say that their leadership come from diverse backgrounds, but it doesn't say which ones they represent, if any of the key constituencies, or if they're involved with them. In general, I caution against using the term diverse, just with no other explanation, because it doesn't tell me who you serve. And you could improve the applications broadly by just saying who exactly you're referring to, and how they're representing the community, because the way I see diversity is likely very different, or somewhat different from your own definition. The organization partners with community organizations, and they represent key constituency groups in helping to amplify their messages, such as their marquee program, which spotlights local organizations. And they feature organizations on their social media and in their newsletter, and they take nominations for this, I think, from their staff, if I remember correctly. And those include, some of them were Future Front Texas, Free Lunch, Imagine Art, the Lilith Fund, and Latinitas. And they also did marquee takeovers for Hispanic Heritage and Black History Months. And they say, in their words, where representative organizations curate impactful messages to share their cultural connections. Participants in this also included Torch, Algo, Austin Area Urban League, and they have collaborated with the Austin Justice Coalition and several other local organizations, which I think is a way that they're connecting with the community. They offer diverse, culturally relevant programming to key constituency groups. and that includes providing affordable programming, which is always great to see. They create various opportunities for arts and educators broadly, but I feel that their answer could be improved by also showing how this relates to the key constituencies in this grant. They have developed significant relationships with both individual and community organizations that support the organization in a multitude of ways. They had a lot of support. They do offer some accommodation to make the theaters more accessible, and they are working to improve this even more. And they do offer programming in a variety of languages, that they don't mention interpretation as a whole, something that we've been discussing here. They have a good plan to reach new and existing audiences, though it would be great. It would be good to see how they can reach our key constituency groups in particular. And their budget, I just like to see their deficits explained in more detail.
Thank you. Secondary, Hannah?
Sure. In terms of the cultural leadership area, I noticed that they have made strides in opening up the programming suggestions to their entire team, not just the programming staff, which that's a great move. But then I would like to know more about the staff then, if they are making more programmatic decisions and input. And what is the success of that? They gave a couple examples, like the Majestic Ball and another program that staff input has led to a lot of great changes on. But if you're opening up to staff input, I want to know what the how does that improve the diversity, right? So if you're saying it improves diversity, like, why is that? Is it because staff is diverse? And if so, is that because they're from a greater swath of different community backgrounds or cultural backgrounds? So that would improve the area for me if there's more detail to that in particular. In Community Voice, same thing again, where they allow staff to nominate organizations to get a custom marquee message of their choice with a photo opportunity in front of it. I would just I think this is an interesting way to highlight nonprofits, but again, to be careful that it is not just a photo opportunity moment, that there's more to this action, that there's a more meaningful sorry, one second, I'm having a little brain moment. Okay, that there is a more meaningful outcome that is conveyed to us, at least based on that. And it could be as simple as just saying like what the meaning of that representation is for that community. Like to see their name on the marquee and to be recognized. So not to say that this effort does not serve diverse communities, but that explaining it out specifically, like why is this so important for them to have a marquee moment. And those are most of my comments on this.
Thank you. We'd like to invite other panelists to give any input.
If there are no further comments.
Sorry, I had one more, I forgot. During the intersectionality section, I did think that they answered this area quite well. And I wanted to specifically point out about how they have the access to the arts program, and they've now, based on feedback, they sprinkle the seats that are giving out to nonprofit partners throughout the theater rather than in a specific area.
I wanted to see more about what is the actual breakdown of their programming collectively. And I do realize that the Paramount Theater in particular is a historic building. But if I can speak from my own personal experience, when I was there in March, despite their claims that a bathroom stall was wheelchair accessible, it was actually impossible for my wheelchair, which is not even a wide wheelchair, to get in the stall and close the door in the women's restroom. And it was not even humanly possible to get it into the men's restroom. And it was so disappointing and infuriating that it left me in tears and I had to wet myself. So yes, they do provide certain services, but there's things in the immediate that I feel need to be done in the accessibility space so that nobody has to go through what I went through.
Comments from other panelists? If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And the next application up for review is Austin Film Society. Hannah has a conflict of interest with this application, so she will be have her camera turned off. We will call her back when the application review is done. She will not be scoring this application, so her score will not be counted towards the average when we're determining the score for this particular application. So Austin Film Society, Cassie and James are our primary and secondary. And Cassie, whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, thank you. So I gave this a relatively high score, just to start off. And the funding would support exhibition and community outreach and engagement programs. The organization writes that the programming responds to the need of local communities that haven't historically felt inclusion within the film community, enabling ownership and belonging and fostering a more equitable and inclusive Austin film culture. Public activities include community film screenings, programming partnerships with diverse cultural organizations and festivals, highlighting marginalized voices and viewpoints. And I did find this to be true and kind of part of their mission. They do well as showing how their mission is rooted in serving the key constituency groups. They have a detailed service history that shows the organization supports and centers these communities. They help to support underrepresented filmmakers in Texas with grants and support services, including a low-cost film production facility, and the Austin Public, a community media center providing low-cost and free skills training. They explicitly say that their projects work to dismantle structural racism and sexism, and said they have identified Austin's Black, Latina, and Indigenous communities as priority communities, with whom they develop long-term engagement plans that are integrated throughout their organization and programs. I saw evidence of this as they center their voices of key constituencies and programming, focusing on these intersectional barriers. They have an experienced team, though I would like to see more detail of how they connect with these key constituency groups. They have good financial and non-financial backing from the community. And they have a diverse and expansive program offering long-term and systemic opportunity for their constituents, including, like this, I have a quote from them: "They nurture the creative ecosystem by supporting filmmakers toward career leaps, catalyzing local creative industries, and providing a destination for all Austinites who seek enrichment in creative media." They have some good partners in the community, including AISD, the Black Leaders Collective of Austin, Communities for Recovery, and the Asian Texans for Justice. And they support creative careers, support artists in creative careers, increasing opportunity for training for the key constituency groups, really focusing on intersectional barriers. And they partner with different organizations and businesses to help place these people in positions, internship positions, I believe, at the Austin Public Library, AFS Cinema, Indigenous Media, and the Longhorn Network, and ACC and C3. And they said they work with artists to determine if accommodations, like what the accommodations should be and made. And I'd like to see kind of more of this, of working with people in general to see how they can be made to feel comfortable and made the spaces to seem accessible. They have ESL programming, but no specific interpretation. And they have a detailed marketing plan to outreach to our key constituency groups and also a detailed budget. So I didn't have any issues with those things.
James? Yes.
I think just have a few things to add. I think Cassie's issue was high. I think I was kind of around moderate. I think this application was very interesting to read. I was excited because I felt like as I read through the application, I was on a journey. And I saw the shift somewhere around the cultural and social impact section of the application, where I felt a little more or read a little more intentionality around addressing some of the issues, where they begin to mention the approach. They had some other language, but this is where the language, in my view of evidence, got a little more intentional inclusion and inclusive in this section, where it seems to be shifting to address diversity in their process. They use the word. There was one word that was pretty general that had a big impact to me, and that was the word that said today. They began a paragraph saying, today, this is what we do, as if in saying, that at this point, this is what we do, this is what we're doing moving forward and how we're addressing it. And so that was a glow. I appreciated that in that process. Some other areas, I think I made the note that they made a great shift in curating with activities with equity and in collaboration to respond to the community. They did focus on some women directors of color, and they gave some stats there, so that was a good glow. There was some evidence of volunteerism, evidence of community financial support via ticket sales, philanthropy, space rental, things like that. So there was involvement. Volunteerism, both from the community, from several groups, community leaders, filmmakers, and even academic scholars. There was some creation around, I can't remember if Cassie mentioned this, career development through the low spaces. I think the one thing that I'll note, and one thing that stood out was while the language accessibility was, I thought it was a great way to annex an attendee to on their experience or to an experience. Well, structurally, this looks like, I'm quoting the applicant, structurally, this looks like having 2 staff members dedicated to exhibition programming who engage in curation and archival research in addition to administration. So in addition to having films in original languages, also having dedicated staff, and they even go on more to talk about having paid staff to kind of curate that experience for them. So the opportunity to be able to answer questions, to have an engagement, to respond, to guide the annexing happen that I think is needed before and after the film. So I thought that was a good idea, a great way of annexing there. And yeah, I think that's the end of my comments for that.
Thank you, James. We'd like to invite other panelists if they have any comments, feedback.
I just would like to commend them for mentioning or identifying refugees and immigrants as one of the diversity groups that they target and represent.
Dee, was your hand? Karen, thank you. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, overall, I will say it was a very strong application, and they make a case for programming. However, in the accessibility space, though it is clear that they provide certain elements, they refer to screenings for the deaf audience as fully accessible and planning to do 1 to 2. However, full accessibility is not a thing, and that removes autonomy from those who are deaf and disabled. But also, they then go into the ADA of the space and want to know more about their venue, what it is capable of. The ADA is the bare legal minimum. And while it is wonderful that they're talking about doing 1 to 2 screenings for centered around deaf audiences, why not mandate, given the importance of the organization, that all film screenings be open caption? What about virtual access in terms of their screenings? And given that the disability community is the 2nd largest minority in the city of Austin, Texas, the percentage of programming in terms of disability representation seems incredibly low. I applaud them for screening the tuba thieves, but I wanted more beyond just a singular example, because that reduces those who are disabled to tokenism.
Any additional comments from the panel? We have just over a minute left. If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And we will move on to our next application, Austin Playhouse. B and Ashley are our primary and secondary. And B, whenever you are ready to begin.
Awesome. Okay. So Austin Playhouse creates opportunities for artists and audience to celebrate the human experience through professional theatrical productions that nourish minds, delight spirits, and enrich lives. They were founded in 2000. They say they are one of Austin's 3 professional theaters. Not sure the definition that's being used for that. I'm assuming they're referring to equity contracts, and serve a large and diverse audience and artistic community across a wide range of cultural, ethnic, and socioeconomic backgrounds. They state in the history of service that they produce works that shine lights on issues facing the most vulnerable constituencies. And they highlight shows within their 2022-23 season. Notably, they don't go into their generally speaking, until the 2023-2024 season, other than referencing salary and budget needs. And I will say that their current season appears to be significantly less diverse in terms of representation than their prior year. They mentioned that in cultural leadership, that 70% of their staff is women, as is 65% of their board. They reference their BIPOC representation on staff, board, and acting company is 25%. Which is an area that could use improvement given the demographic breakdowns of the city of Austin, Texas. And it's not clear what they'll do to improve that demographics. Notably in that section, they do not reference anything pertaining to the LGBTQIA+ community nor to the disabled community. So it is not clear if those individuals are represented at all within staff and board. I would hope that they are, but the information is not presented there and cannot infer. The season programming is a collaborative dialogue with the community. They do seek output, but it's not clear what the full accountability is from the community. But they do note that they're, as the theater, have participated in DEI training through the theater communications group. And at least in their current season, there are a number of Austin playwrights that are represented, and or I guess in the case of Stephen Dietz, and someone can correct me if I'm wrong, former Austin playwright. I know he left the UT Austin as a professor, but I'm not sure if he's still living in Austin. They do, as they note, pay their artists in the cultural activities. They reference their season. Specifically, there is a queer-centered show, Born with Teeth. I don't know, it's not stated in terms of if all the shows have been cast yet, but it does appear, at least in terms of the shows themselves, that they are overwhelmingly white-centered. I didn't see much evidence of shows in which there's requirements for BIPOC individuals. Again, disability is not referenced whatsoever. In terms of intersectionality, I actually thought that they provided a decent response. and it is, notable that they are committed to gender parity. They definitely have a good amount of community support. There were both specific examples provided, such as the Riches Art Gallery, as well as, delving into volunteers with specific data cited of over 40 per production. And that does include greeters and ushers. Not clear what is being done in terms of the backstage component. They have been able to fundraise a significant amount of money. In the opportunity creation area, it's not clear in terms of direct evidence of supporting the key constituencies that have been referenced prior. Yes, it is very important that they pay their artists, but even with that breakdown is not provided. What are the demographics within their shows? So even though they do provide some wonderful information, and this is actually the first time that something pertaining to disability is directly referenced, I scored them lower in that section. Their accessibility response, I love that they are still doing masked performances. I'm actually participating in a show that has a masked performance tonight. I'd be curious if they're doing, I don't think in the season they're doing any shows that are in public domain. And I know with SAG-AFTRA issues, it may not be possible to do virtual recordings, but that's something that may be possible. I also love that they're doing sensory-friendly performances with Theater for Youth. But I would ask, is that something that you could possibly do in your general shows as well, as the needs also cross over to the adult population? They do mention that they are struggling a bit with season subscriber rates. I know that's an issue for a lot of theater companies, and I don't have a easy solution for them. Would be curious about the breakdown of what has been lost in the subscriber base, and more specifically, what is the strategy to improve in the budgetary area. Ticket revenue is a significant aspect of their budget, and it was actually kind of impressive for me given the 110 seat capacity of their venue and the amount of shows they've done. I kind of did the breakdown in my head and was like, oh, even with the attendance challenges, there is a certain amount of seeming consistency, and they have some levels of audience improvement, but I did want more budget breakdown in terms of grant allocation and artist support. I can kind of figure through their equity definition what pay rates would be for performers, but what is it across the board? And I know they hire some out of Austin. What is the Austin versus non-Austin element? But overall, for what is a general theater organization, I scored them medium. There's definitely opportunities for representational growth, but there's also some really interesting things that they're doing, and they appear to provide a space in Austin that others aren't.
Thank you, B. Secondary, Ashley, just under 2 minutes left. So any additional
Got a
comments?
couple of notes that are just slightly different, maybe. But I have a note here that they express that they find intersectionality really important to them, and to their culture, programming, and their leadership, and how intentional they are when it comes to their considerations of how to serve all. They do also note an investment with relationships, and they note the LGBTQIA+ Jewish and Black communities, and include these voices in program development, but they don't really describe how that happens or where they're coming from in terms of audience, staff, or community partners. But they do also include that they listen to their staff as well when it comes to program development. And last thing I have here was that their proposal doesn't describe that their activities will include specialized adaptations for non-English speaking communities. However, all of their main stage seasonal programs do offer ASL, and some other youth programs highlight and feature Spanish.
We have a little bit of time left. Is there any other panelists that would like to add something quickly?
If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores, we will move on to our next application. ArtSpark Texas. Ashley and Cassie are our primary and secondary. And Ashley, whenever you're ready to begin.
ArtSpark Texas, their mission is rooted in creating arts-inspired, inclusive communities of artists and individuals with and without disabilities to challenge perceptions. They're established with the vision to foster equity and access across all cultural sectors of the city, because they believe that everyone's life is enriched through inclusivity. And since inception, they've maintained their commitment to reducing barriers to participate in cultural arts for all. They have developed guiding principles to help achieve programming and other organizational goals called ethic of accommodation, where they describe that everyone supports everyone through accommodation and mutual respect. And that's helped to collectively achieve their goals. Their board bylaws require that 30% of their board members have a disability, and actually 75% of the directors have disabilities now. And the staff also has a deep understanding and shared lived experiences with this key constituency. They do refer to their immediate communities, such as staff and interns that help form decisions on programs and projects. They also work with larger community voices through partnerships and collaborations to highlight different parts or groups in their community. One of the greatest benefits the organization is able to offer is the opportunity for social and professional development. They provide opportunities for exhibitions, performances, convenings, so networking, gallery tours, skills shares, and even advocacy workshops. And they do offer these programs as well virtually. They do exercise policies that would help them keep their programming and organization inclusive. They have huge support and beneficial partnerships from volunteers, from interns, which I mentioned earlier, from several schools that they have partnerships with, or that they receive, interns from regularly. About 50% of their volunteers also have shared or lived experiences as well. And they provide mentorship opportunities outside of just the internships, which I mentioned. They also serve as fiscal agents to support others' initiatives. They provide consultation and hands-on tech support, including financial reporting instructions, grant management tips and tools, and also board recruitment strategies, which I think is awesome. Because their organization was created by and for individuals with disabilities, of course, their proposed activities include adaptations or services for individuals with disabilities. One of their services is even helping other organizations offer adaptations or opportunities to serve individuals with disabilities. They provide live audio description to theaters for over 25 years. I believe that's how they first started. They continue to offer this service at a below market rate, which I think sounds great as well. And they regularly offer ASL interpretation. And their materials and resources that they offer to the public are regularly offered in Spanish and other languages as requested. That's all minutes.
Thank you. Secondary, Cassie?
Thank you. Yeah, I scored this application relatively high with some caveats. I feel like they've really evolved to meet the needs of the key constituency groups as they started out serving people who are visually impaired. Their founders were visually impaired. And they were even adapting their name. So they started out as Access Arts, and then they evolved and became part of the Texas affiliate of Very Special Arts, and they where they would produce visual art exhibitions and performances by and for artists with disabilities. And then they became ArtSpark to better represent their mission. So I like how they're kind of adapting even the branding of their as they continue to adapt to help different communities or to support different communities. Appreciated that they supported their work by teaching artists, interns, and volunteers in both with and without disabilities from these communities. They have cultural leadership has significant, as Ashley said, significant involvement with these communities. Some are family members of people with disabilities or differently abled people. I appreciated that they put in here, which is something that was not new to me, but the way they phrase it is age-related disability, knowing that the director has come to kind of learn what that means was interesting here in her tenure. They adopted a policy of, so they've been working there, they identify all the leadership staff as Caucasian. So they say that they're working to bring in more ethnic diversity, cultural diversity, which doesn't really show here in the application. Some of the programs I thought were interesting were the pop-up markets, workshops, advocating for accessible venues and spaces, open mic nights, the ArtSpark Texas Radio Hour co-op, and thought that was kind of showing the diversity of outreach to their communities, and also increasing awareness. And then I think they really did go above and beyond in the in the ESL category of providing access to programming in different languages. They say they contract with 4 Spanish translators for audio description. They recruit Spanish-speaking volunteers and interns whenever possible for in-person classes and workshops. They translate all their information on the website and classroom purposes into Spanish. Then they also have provided audio description in other languages, including Chinese, Russian, Portuguese, Korean, French, Canadian, and Spanish interpreters. And then they have training materials for one of their programs in Spanish, and also ones that were simplified for people with, they say, are intellectual disabilities, which I thought kind of would be above and beyond. Thank you. And 2 of their staff members have basic ASL proficiency and are pursuing professional development around this area. So I thought it was a thoughtful and comprehensive approach to working with the key constituency groups, and just with a few areas of where they could reach maybe other intersectional vulnerable communities.
Thank you, Kathy. With a few minutes left, would any other panelists like to offer up anything? Ken?
Sure. I thought they did very well for me in terms of the non-English speaking accommodations. What was really interesting to me is the art of audio description video that they have is a video training module written and produced by them, and was recently translated into, they say, Chinese, and made available to all Taiwan cultural facilities through their Ministry of Arts. I did want to caution in this area that Chinese is not a verbal spoken language, that it should specify maybe a little bit more that it's Mandarin. And then if there's any subtitling that they're using within that video, that it's properly also identified as if it's simplified Chinese text or traditional Chinese text, traditional being what's used in Taiwan. So I think they're really good at like making these specificities, but if it's a training material that, you know, if this is available more widely overall, I would be interested to see plans on that. But yeah, that was a kind of a great glow moment, as James would say. Sorry to take that from you, James, to see that. And it's not something I've really seen much. And seeing that in that connection of how their work is going international really just speaks to this applicant's reach and the powerful connections of what they're doing with their work, and it's being internationally recognized for that.
"34 seconds. Go ahead, B.
So I think it's worth pointing out two things in the context of this application. One, in a day and a half-ish, this is the first disability-centered organization that we've dealt with, despite it being the second largest minority in the city of Austin. The other is that in their accessibility area, they actually referenced how they made other organizations improve their accessibility so that they could be present. And in fact, their work is cited in multiple applications for this grant.
Thank you. And that is time for this application. Please finalize your scores. And we will be breaking for lunch. We are scheduled to take an hour lunch. It is 12:57. Do we want to make that an hour and 3 minutes and just come back at 2 o'clock panel? I think that's probably easy both for y'all and for those who are watching. So we will pause the recording right now. Okay, and we are back from lunch with the Elevate review panel. For those of you who may not have heard this morning, I'm not going to go in detail over everything that I went with before we started the panel meeting, but the panelists have scored and reviewed all of the applications prior to today. They will be going over the applications, giving their comments. They can change their scores, but are not required to, based on the feedback and comments from the other panelists. We have asked the panelists to not repeat what has been said. So if something has already been said by one of the other panelists, they're not giving those comments again. They're just giving any new comments that have not already been covered by the previous panelists. And with that being said, we have a 10-minute max for each application. I am getting my timer started. If for some reason we run into any technical issues, I will pause my timer so that way your application gets the full time allotted to it for review. And just so the panel knows, we're about roughly 30 minutes behind our kind of internal schedule. So if we go with our schedule, our last application was going to be reviewed at 4:17 p.m. So that would be closer to 4:45. So a reminder, like I was just telling the applicants, again, no need to repeat what has been stated by previous panelists. I will be giving the 3-minute, 2-minute, 1 minute, and 30 seconds, and then count down from 10 seconds if we do get close to the 10 minutes for each application review. With that being said, the timer will start when the primary starts giving their comments. And again, Writers League of Texas is up next. B and Hector are our primary and secondary, and B, whenever you are ready to begin.
Yeah, the Writers League of Texas, their mission is to provide a forum for information support and sharing among writers to help both emerging and established writers improve their craft and deepen their understanding of the business of publishing, to promote the interests of writers from diverse cultural, economic, sexual identity and orientation, ethnic and religious backgrounds, and to elevate the art and enterprise of writing and storytelling, including connecting, supporting and growing the Texas literary community at large. Note that in their mission, they do provide demographic sets. They do not reference disability, despite disabled people being the second largest minority in the city of Austin, Texas. I scored this organization somewhat low. Consistently, the word diverse is used as a catch-all, and we're not provided with demographic specificity until we get to intersectionality and inclusion. And though their answer didn't really fully address the question to a satisfactory level for me. In that answer, they note that from 2019 to 2022, they more than doubled their rate of BIPOC instructors and doubled their percentage of BIPOC presenters. And they say during that same time that there was a similar trend regarding gender and sexual orientation, but they don't give us what that number is. So, you know, if it was 0.5% and it doubles to 1% versus if it was 4% or 8%, again, disability is not cited at all in that section. Financially, there are deficits. They do explain COVID deficit, but from the last 5 years, they were running a deficit 4 of those 5 years, 2 of which, of course, were pre-COVID. So there's some question in terms of financial stability. And they somewhat articulate where the budget is going to, but the exact breakdown of how they are paying people is not clear, even though they are paying writers. In the accessibility question, they say that it's in an accessible venue, but that is never defined what that means. Accessible how and for whom. Again, just as with diverse, there's this tendency to use catch-all phrases. And though they say that everyone everywhere can enjoy their virtual programming, that is not true. In general, you want to avoid universalities, but there are lots of people who do not have access to the internet, even though we are doing this conversation on Zoom. What I like is they have programs specifically for new writers to really develop, to speak and tell their stories, and they do this on a monthly basis. But we don't get any breakdown of the demographics of that. And they may not have collected that information because it's somewhat of an informal approach in terms of speaking. But they do preface that a lot of the money provided would go to administrative costs. Writers organizations operate potentially on the lower budget than some other organizations. And I'd like to know, what they can do to actively boost their financial stability in the event they do not get this grant. And if they do get this grant, their explanation of how that may happen. And I will turn it over to my secondary.
Hector?
Thank you. B did an excellent job of describing, and I agree with almost everything he said. There's just a few things that I want to highlight that I think are important to mention about some of their successes. They have reached out, they do reach out to Title I schools. They mentioned that about 85% of those schools. And they have actually paid artists, they say, over $450,000 in earnings. So that's really cool. I think B mentioned it several times. I am going to just emphasize the DEI was mentioned, but just in very general terms. They do mention that the project access, the access, they do talk about recording and captioning. That's about as much as that I saw. And they do talk about, they have some bilingual presenters, and that seems to be the only type of Spanish-speaking services that they provide. So there's nothing that says that they provide that on a consistent basis. And then two more things is they do talk about how they want to increase the number of participants that they reach with the staff and their marketing. So the marketing plan looks really good. And then the budget, they explain that funds will only be for those activities that are part of this project. Because they do mention other activities that they do. They wanted to be specific that this only funds what they're specifying in this in their proposal. That's it.
Thank you, Hector. It's time I'd like to invite other panelists to chime in.
If there are no further comments. And a reminder for the panelists that B's pronouns are they and them. So please keep that in mind. And if there are no further comments on this application, please finalize your scores and we will move on to the next application. Armstrong Community Music School. Hannah and James are our primary and secondary. And Hannah, whenever you're ready to begin.
Sure. This application, I gave about a medium score, I would say, somewhere in the middle. They have a broad organization vision that is centered around early childhood music programming. And so they teach, explore, perform, and celebrate music in all its forms by supporting, engaging the community with nurturing and transformational music experiences. I think the areas of mission and key constituencies as well was very broad. Within these first two areas of mission and key constituencies and history of service, they could have improved their scores by considering factors like their community partner they referenced several times, Todos Juntos, in the rest of the application. You know, that it does seem like the clients of Todos Juntos is also a constituency. I don't know how key that is, but if referencing the work in that respect and how much of that the audience from that community or considering the strong relationship would have helped boost the score in these two areas in particular. For cultural leadership notes, or my notes on that, they have a very large community advisory board, and it's a working board, it looks like. I'd like to know a little bit more about how input from the advisory board is used and how they represent the community, as well as more about the staff. There's not too much about the staff, I believe, in terms of the where the power rests in the organization and how decisions are made together. Let's see, and then community voice. I can see that this organization has really evolved in how they're trying to serve marginalized communities, particularly with the Latinx community. They've been working very closely with the community partner Todos Juntos. I think in a first read, it kind of touches some of the areas seem to give off of like they're working with Todos Juntos for a specific program that they're applying for. So maybe talking more and integrating that community partner and the relationships they have more specifically with the community partners, staff or clients or those mothers that they're engaging to help plan the event would strengthen the overall application. I do think that they had a really great response for the intersectionality and inclusion that they do and the work that they're doing with Todos Juntos specifically, and what they said in this area, if it was elaborated on, and how this collaboration is more than just trying to reach out to the audience that Todos Juntos has in the Latinx community. That would strengthen their overall application if they had given more detail there. The provider response they have about community relationship has some great examples of that. And I'm curious if the bilingual staff member that they have doing some translation interpreter work, if there's any additional compensation for the work they're doing. But aside from that, they do have a strong core of donors and volunteers and community relationships. They do provide some opportunity creation and community benefit, including hiring as contractors some of the mothers and women they've encountered in their relationship with Todos Juntos as advisors and translators. I do see that they provide ASL interpreters for each event, and Spanish interpretation for programs and events is a priority for them too. Programmatic reach-wise, I think they provide a very clear plan to retain the existing audience, and they say a bit about the Todos Juntos graduates and incorporate them into the event execution process. But they don't provide enough detail in terms of what expanded marketing means in the narrative description. I see in the budget, though, that perhaps that's pointed towards radio marketing specifically. Otherwise, I thought the budget had a great explanation in terms of the deficit that they explained, and it was clear and concise to how they recovered.
Thank you. Secondary, James?
Oh, Hannah. So she knocked it out the park. I think maybe I just have one or two glows. So I think my overall comments about this organization is I get the sense of them still figuring some things out when they some of the leadership transition. I think in a few years ago, the passing away of a leader had some impact. So I actually, although that's a challenge, it's also a glow. It's a thing to celebrate the organization about, of them still figuring that out. The strong sense I get from this organization is the ability to make partnerships. And I think that's a big plus for them. I think that's a comment I would leave to applicants. I'm always trying to give a leave behind for the applicant and other applicants to come. Their strength in partnerships. And I think that this was a good example of how we strengthen those, not just only with other organizations, but within your own constituency groups. It's okay to do that, to have those conversations, to have them in leadership capacities, making decisions, even involved in some operational capacity, so forth. My panel mate, Hannah, really knocked it out of the park. I just wanted to highlight some of the things I think that happened with the organization that also has, a negative connotation to it. I actually thought it was a celebratory moment for the organization because they're still figuring it out in their leadership and they decided to partner. So those were some plus. Maybe it was one more thing. Let me make sure. I think that was it. No, I think she pretty much nailed. I thought the budget was good. That's it.
Thank you, James. Would like to invite other panelists to add in. Do you have something?
If there are no further panelist comments, if you would please finalize your scores. We will move on to our next application. Chorus Austin, Ashley and Hannah are our primary and secondary. Let's wait and see if James is having any technical difficulties. He is off of, okay, he's back. So Ashley and James, or excuse me, Ashley and Hannah, primary and secondary. Ashley, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thanks. So Chorus Austin, they began as a program that was part of Parks and Recreation Department, and it's established for local citizens to sing in community with each other. Their mission is to enrich the lives of audiences and musicians throughout Central Texas by performing excellent and diverse choral music. They are committed to changing people's lives through music that is available to diverse, vibrant, and ever-expanding audience. Since inception, they have been serving a really broad audience, about 3,000 people yearly. They have also improved access to opportunities for up-and-coming composers and ways to nurture their next generation, particularly amplifying underserved voices. They describe that their staff leadership focuses on lifting up voices of LGBTQ+ and BIPOC communities. Their board offers a wide range of skills and insights and affiliations that represent their community. They center from the start the development of their programming, their constituency, including artists, musicians, and others. And they have integrated operational equity both in leadership and in programming and approach. They explore themes that reinforce the larger ideas of unity, equity, and inclusion by working together. And their project proposes promoting new and underrepresented voices in choral music. They identify their core values as excellence, connection, and inclusion, and therefore attempt to provide opportunities and exposure for those from what they identify as marginalized communities. They have a big investment from the community in the form of relationship-oriented contributions, including plenty of artists and their large group of chorus members that will donate their time for rehearsals and performances, really just to make everything happen there. And then their audience, the people that are not a part of the chorus that are there to support, do so predominantly through their ticket sales. They do propose that their project and other programs would include ASL. Other services that they would allow include allowing service animals and some adaptations to their programming for neurodiverse audiences. And then they have been working, it's a priority for them to bridge the gap with the Austin's Latinx community and the Spanish speaking audiences. Thank you.
Thank you. Hannah?
Sure. Very similar to Ashley, I gave like a mid-high for this application. I think, you know, this organization does have a broad mission. And again, kind of like with the previous group, or not like the previous group, but a focus on service or goals on a specific BIPOC group, or how exactly BIPOC groups are part of the key constituency would have helped increase and strengthen their score on this response for me. And I see in their history of service that they broadly serve all communities, but they do free charitable concerts with communities like the Latinx community with outreach partners. So in history of service, I can see that a lot of their work in terms of with the Latinx community and other BIPOC communities and marginalized communities is attributed very strongly to the strong, the diverse cultural leadership they have that's helming the team. So there's a lot of fantastic detail on Ryan and Esteban that are leading the charge at Chorus Austin, and it's reflected throughout the application in the work they do, and what kind of influence it's had on the direction and work of Chorus Austin as well. For their community voice, I really enjoyed learning about how their choral members have a lot of say and ways that they can input into the overall direction of the community, of the organization as well. And the story about how they changed the attire rule that they had for a, based on having a non-gender conforming person join their group was really exemplary as well.
Thank you, Hannah. Would like other panelists to add any additional information? I see B and Cassie. Sorry, I'm excited. I don't know why it's so hard to say your name.
So I want to make a statement that applies not just to this organization, but to everyone who applies. To be very, very clear, you are not allowed to deny service to any individual with a service dog unless the service dog is out of control. So therefore, that is not a service that is being provided in terms of accessibility that is following the letter of the law. Although I will say a lot of organizations have gotten in trouble in the past for trying to deny people with service dogs as well as general businesses. Along those lines as well, they say that their venues are 100% accessible to people with physical disabilities. That is an impossibility. Nothing is fully accessible, and it removes autonomy from people like me who are disabled, though I do applaud them for doing sensory-friendly performances, which is not very common in the choral space.
Thanks. B, were you finished? I don't want to interrupt. Okay. Yeah, I overall give this a high score. I thought they were very intentional for a lot of things. There were a couple of places, one in particular, I just think they could have expanded on a little bit more. There's a section where they talk about how DEI trainings have spurred inclusive language shifts. And so I'd like to just know a little bit more about what those shifts were. And then I really appreciated them commenting on the fact that they needed to use a lot of spaces within churches and how that made some people feel uncomfortable, and that this funding would help them to be able to pay for other venues so that it would be more accessible to a broader community. I think they recognized that and kind of the issue and explained why they're hosting their work there, and what they're going to do about it, and how this funding would help make the spaces more accessible and feel comfortable for their constituents.
Karen, are you?
Yeah, I was just going to add, as James says, a glow, that I just thought this was overall a very thoughtfully written application, sort of acknowledging the limitations of the medium. So they start with this phrase, let's be honest, choral music has a problem with equity. And from there, I thought that really sent a really sort of thoughtful tone about, the kind of rethinking that they as an organization have been doing. So good job to them.
Thank you, panelists. Any further comments? Seeing as there are none, if you would please finalize your scores. We will move on to the next application, Austin Chamber Music Center. B and James are our primary and secondary. And B, whenever you are ready to begin.
Yeah, it's like we're on a thematic roll. So Austin Chamber Music Center creates chamber music experiences that connect, educate, and inspire the community. They strive to create opportunities for musicians of all ages and levels to explore, learn, and share the beauty and intimacy of chamber music. They state that they are committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion. And they do reference a lot of partners across a variety of demographics, which I thought was quite nice. And they note that they featured Black composers, Hispanic heritage composers, gay composers, but that's not presented in measurable terms. It's not clear what percent of the music that they perform is from those various demographics. But as an organization that started off with all volunteers in 1981, they've grown significantly. They now have multiple paid staff, and in the budget, they specify that most of this will be going to paid staff, that they've worked to increase the pay rate for those individuals on staff, but also to pay their artists. Notably, they don't have their own venue, so they are subject to rent issues, and as I'm sure everybody knows, Austin is not the cheapest city in the world, so understandably there's some concern there. Given the type of music that they do, I appreciate their commitment to trying to broaden the representation, but frequently it's not defined in measurable terms, even though it is clear that they've made significant strides. And in fact, they delve into this in the intersectionality question, but they separate the spaces, even though in that space they note something really wonderful, which is that they bring their music to nursing homes. Right, they bring their music to individuals who cannot physically go into their space or may not be easily physically able to go into their space, and it is very much underserved in general. When it comes to community relationships, kind of hinted, they have a wealth of partners, a wealth of support organizations for what they do, and I was very impressed by that. And they do appear to have a decent amount of community support elsewhere economically, although that's not presented in definable terms, and it's not clear in terms of employment on an equity level. In the accessibility space, they do note that they have converted documents into Spanish, that they have Spanish-speaking students, and that they have a virtual school that has Spanish language closed captioning. I'm just going to throw this out there for anyone who does closed captioning. Why not make it open caption? That is potentially more inclusive on a community level. In the general accessibility space, they reference ADA compliance. ADA is the bare legal minimum. But I scored them based upon, which is not referenced in the section, but is clearly defined elsewhere, them going into nursing homes. And I'd want to know, like, what did they do in terms of their own internal organization, in terms of disability representation? That would have been, very, very helpful. And could they, hypothetically take that same element that they're doing with the nursing homes, for example, and do it for individuals in support homes with Down syndrome or autism, or for the school for the blind? I scored this medium low, but it is really admirable given the general perception of this type of music, the clear level of growth and attempt at growth to diversify their space.
Thank you. James?
Thank you, B. Definitely agree. I think I just have one area I wanted to highlight from this application. B, they did a great job at covering most, well, really, I have to admit, all of my sentiments about this application. I think I was kind of medium, moderate, low as well. In the community voice, there are a couple of statements. They do a good job at breaking out in 3 areas of collaboration, or maybe it's a couple more than that. Diversity, collaboration, and then just community, and then there's audience engagement. And in these spaces, they talk about the things that they do. And once again, this is one of my tidbits I like to leave to the applicant or applicants to follow. Always teaching people to fish. And so thinking about the language, well, we invite artists to participate, or we encourage people to do this, or doesn't always give the sense of belonging, even like you state in your own statement. Because here I was looking for more evidence. In my notes, I said I was looking for more evidence of the community, audience, and artists giving intentional and documented feedback to help influence creative direction. And words like, descriptive words like that, although they have some action to them, they still have the sense of power remaining with the organization. And in this space, we're talking about the community's feedback. And what are they thinking about? How's their voice being amplified, and how are they giving direction? How is the organization passing the helm over to a community member for a moment, whether that's an artist, a parent, or a neighbor? What does that look like? And in this section, it left me still looking for the place where the organization says, we're going to step back and not try to take control. And it doesn't quite give the sense of intentional, thank you, Jesus, intentional documented feedback of what we think it could look like with this organization. I think that's the biggest thing that kind of left with me. And I see, I've seen this in this capacity across this application, those words. And so I just want to encourage to really think about what does that feedback really look like. And it is, once again, the how, to say we do these things with these groups. How are you doing them? We encourage them. Okay, then what happens next after you encourage them? Do they actually come? And so those are the things we're looking for.
Thank you, James. I would like to invite the other panelists to add on anything.
If there are no additional comments from the panel, if you would please finalize your scores. And we will move on to the next application, GTHS, German Texan Heritage Society. But when you're looking for it in portal, it is listed as GTHS application 016199-FOM8Y9. GTHS, Hector and Ashley are our primary and secondary. And Hector, whenever you're ready to begin.
Sure, thank you. So this application got a very low score. They do emphasize throughout their vision, their mission, their culture, the work they're doing is primarily specific for preserving and telling this history of German heritage. All of the focus is on that. Unfortunately, they didn't refer much to other communities, marginalized communities, BIPOC, or those that are the priority for this grant. So they do not mention any of that. Well, actually, once maybe. The leadership is not very diverse at all. They do say that they offer language classes, but it was not clear throughout. They mentioned that several times. I wasn't sure if if the language classes are German. I can only assume that because everything else that they do around language, there was another reference to that, and I'll talk about it in just a second. It just doesn't explain what language or languages they teach. Let's see. So they do mention that 30% of, and this is the word, minorities attend festivals and other offerings. So they do mention that. So most of the participation is 30% from marginalized groups. However, even those sessions don't focus on the culture or heritage of those populations. They focus on the German culture and heritage. So they teach about that, right? Let's see. So when it came, and this is where another place where I will talk about just the lack of representation in their work for other communities. They do talk about they welcome all, and they try to explain that, but it's just very general. It doesn't say very much around race and ethnicity. There's just no examples, except that 30% that attend their offerings. They do mention in this section around intersectionality about what they've done to expand their reach. And there's two examples I give that almost borders on, some people would interpret this as tokenism, because they talk about Mr. Rudy, who's African-American, who I believe tells stories. And then they also have a teacher from India who teaches German, okay? And those are the only examples that I saw that reference people of color. And say, also they do, here's another example. They do go to Del Valle to talk to their travel club. And again, the focus is to learn about German culture, not about their culture, right? And again, any outreach that I saw, they do say that they are reaching to diverse communities, but again, the content of their offerings are on German culture. They do say that they serve the deaf community, but no mention about making any effort to for those that may be physically challenged. The last thing they do say, actually two things. They do say that staff is bilingual. However, they don't explain anything else around what they do around Spanish. So they do have some staff that, if needed, they provide that service. It just doesn't explain to what extent. And they do provide a very detailed budget. So again, I think they do some excellent work. They show that, they demonstrate that. However, it's all focused on German culture and the cultural heritage of German people.
Ashley, before you go on, I'd just like to add something here. I just want the panelists to keep in mind that the funds are not, the Elevate funds are specifically about cultures that are at risk of being erased, and the city has provided some guidance on some of what that looks like, but it is not necessarily around ethnicity. So I want you all to just keep that in mind around them not mentioning BIPOC, and and maybe the applicant feels like that they're German, that is at risk of being culturally erased. So just want to keep that in mind.
Mm-hmm.
But thank you, Hector. Go ahead.
And
Yeah,
by the way, I'm so sorry, Hannah.
sorry.
And they do mention that, by the way, they do bring it up. But again, I think the primary focus is on communities that are being displaced or at risk of their culture being erased. So, but they do mention that one time.
Thank you, Hector and Priscilla. Secondary, Ashley?
I'll be quick. I don't have anything much to add differently than Hector. I thought he did a really good job. And all of my notes were pretty much included, but I just wanted to say that the highlights that did stand out to me, that I think that they made it a good point that they have this diverse audience, but it is the people that are attending, that's not what they focus on. But yeah. But they have that, and I think that's what does work for them here. But I think otherwise, I agree with Hector's sentiments. And I think maybe it's just possible to me that I don't think that it's a good fit for this grant opportunity.
At this time, we'd like to invite other panelists, and B, I see that your hand is already up.
Yeah, so I mean, there definitely is a case that could have been made for this to fit into the realm of the grant. And what I kept waiting for was something pertaining specifically to immigrant communities, specifically first generation, second generation, right? Are there people who are coming in from Germany, Austria, Swiss-speaking German, German-speaking Swiss, I have a brain, I swear, that may not speak English, right? Is there issues with undocumented German population in Austin? And I don't know, but none of that was ever addressed in the application. This is something that could be a growth area for the organization, but also might make it fit better within the parameters. I will say it had the most fascinating anecdote from anything that I read in this, and it was very interesting to hear about their current space that used to be owned by someone who was deaf, but it didn't actually answer the question on accessibility. Basically, it was saying that we plan to do something in the future because we happen to be in this historic home. It sort of reduced disabled people to tokenism as well, and made some implications that made me a bit uncomfortable. Take that history and translate that into direct action in a way that we can measure, because there is certainly a case to be made on a specific immigrant basis, even if it's predominantly white. It just, I will say, wasn't presented here to us.
Go ahead, Hannah.
Yeah, I think there is a lot of missed opportunities in this application on how they could have highlighted non-dominant German culture. They talk a little about it, like the Texas Mexican conjunto, and how and different ways that German settlers in Texas have had like mixed with other ethnic communities and racial communities to have different types of like German representation within their community. So I think there's a lot of missed opportunities to maybe talk more about any work that they're doing there, or perhaps have that as a key constituency. And yet in the application, at least, it does seem like it's more focused on audience diversity, but maybe a little bit more about the diversity within their own organization in terms of German culture even, and different types of representation there would have helped with that.
We have just under a minute left. Any additional comments from the panel? If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And we will move on to the next application, Austin Scottish Rite Theater. Hannah and Cassie are our primary and secondary, and I know you were just giving some comments, so if you need a few seconds, but whenever you are ready to begin on Austin Scottish Rite Theater. And a reminder that the timer will not start until the primary starts giving their comments.
Okay, I am ready. So Austin Scottish Rite Theater is a historic facility, Masonic facility, and then they also serve the greater community through high quality performing arts, education programs, and events, particularly with theatrical productions for children. Geared towards children. I did find that the response for mission and key constituencies, it was very broad. It does seem that they have some concrete priority groups they work with to build deep relationships with and programming for. The history of service was a very broad, like serves all response as well. Although again, they do know they have some groups that they're particularly trying to work with and build out programs for. So perhaps in this area, a little bit more specificity on the groups would have helped to increase the score for me. Their staff and board have a strong theater background, as noted, but it's not indicated that they are related or there's any leadership from particularly the diverse groups that they are trying to build out an audience with. So if there is, this area could have been built out a little bit more, had a little bit more detail on that, but there wasn't any that I particularly found. In terms of community voice, they mention a few times about how they work with the Latinx community to develop a bilingual play, but there's not a lot of specificity in the detail of how that's done or if there's any specific people or partners within that community that's done with. So just more specificity on the how, like James has mentioned before, would have strengthened these scores in these areas too. But I do see that they have quite good community relationships, and they received a higher score from me in this area, particularly with the K-12 community, and then also with the parent community, since their key audience is children who are coming primarily with their parents. For their cultural activities area, they mention a lot of great collaborations with their community for those bilingual and diverse programs. Methodology and partners could have used a lot more detail again and specificity. It does seem like they are working really hard to have a diverse spread of programming, but again, more focus on the how would have been helpful here as well. Intersectionality, this area was a little weak for them too. They speak broadly about catering programming to a wide variety of people, but doesn't center any specific ones. And I do see that for opportunity creation and community benefit, they do offer some space to another theater organization that's smaller, and they're funding the performance of some of that new diverse work for their key target communities, as mentioned. They're providing some low sensory performances for some of those in the disability community that need those to attend, and ASL interpretation. They also have Spanish language performances and bilingual performances. And yeah, that's most of my comments for this. I thought the budget could have used a little bit more explanation on any deficits. I think it's implied a bit that it's likely pandemic related. But aside from that, they got a fairly good score on budget area for the detail that they had.
Thank you. Cassie?
Thanks, Hannah. Yeah, I gave them a moderate level score as well. I really appreciate the focus on youth theater. And I really don't think that we see that often enough. And maybe it is out there, but not a central focus. And I do think youth voices are marginalized oftentimes, or erased altogether from institutional decision-making processes. Didn't see how the youth here were engaging a lot in the feedback. They do say, you know, they're doing these Latinx shows and different shows in connection with other key constituencies so kids can see people like them on the stage, which I think is great. But I also would like to see that there are maybe even more detail in the surveys that they do for the audiences to see if they're kid friendly. I know there are ways to make them, such as through pictures or different ways to get feedback from young audiences. It's a nuanced process. So I'd like to know more about that. But overall, appreciated that focus. I do like the key constituencies that they have been partnering with seems diverse, and also creating spaces for other organizations to host their programming. I think it's interesting that one of their goals is also to preserve this Masonic Lodge, this place, in addition to these other programs. So it's interesting to me that they have these kind of dual purposes, but it seems like they come together in this project well. And the only other thing, I think they do seem to present a lot of diverse opportunities for the key constituencies here, though I'd like to see a little bit more about them being incorporated in every part of the process, which I think Hannah probably said already, and a little bit more explanation in the budget narrative part. But that's all I have.
Thank you, Kathy. We'd like to invite other panelists to give input.
If there are no additional comments from the panel, if you would please finalize your scores. And our next application up for review is Austin Opera. Karen and James are our primary and secondary. And Karen, whenever you're ready to begin.
Sure. So this is for the Austin, the application is from the Austin Opera, but it's for a very specific project, which is the February 2024 production of, please excuse my pronunciation, of Cruzara de la Cara de Luna, the world's first mariachi opera, and particularly subsidizing the opening night with $39 tickets. Because so the funding would go towards the towards that event, particularly that opera, particularly the opening night, and particularly to make possible these subsidized tickets. That this production is done in cooperation, and the tickets would also be done in cooperation with the Mexican consulate in Univision. The Austin Opera, this project reflects a recent pivot by the Austin Opera to prioritize Mexican Spanish language audience. Other aspects of this institutional pivot within the organization are evident in the fact that the board includes an ex officio member from the Mexican consulate. There's also within the opera a dedicated programmer, bilingual subtitles and programming, and this specified production will include some of the leading Latinx performers within the field. It's the Austin Opera. It's very well funded, and it has, as mentioned, these two powerful partners for the event. But overall, I find the clarity of this application, both in terms of the presentation but in terms of the concept of the project and the presentation of the application, very effective. We have a clear description of who the board members are and the role, the different competencies that and audiences that they bring towards to the organization, and particularly to this project. there's a description of some of the performers that they've worked with, the relevant performers they've worked with in the past. Again, the description of the amount of Spanish language programming and sort of representational apparatus that they have, and a detailed description of the budget.
Thank you. James?
Thank you, Karen. I totally agree with the primary for her feedback on this. I think the thing that came to mind for the organization, and I do appreciate the clarity in their application, even around the specific project that they want to do, and this is what we're going to do. That's not a requirement. The Elevate grant doesn't restrict you to a project. It can be overall for the organization for the things it mentions, administration, and the list goes on. It's in the application. But I do appreciate them for this clarity to kind of give us an idea that this is one of the things that we do. I think a question I would ask is, this type of program, has it been replicated for other cultures? Because I see such success in writing in this application. I wonder how that translates throughout the organization to see it replicated in other spaces. Not a requirement, just a question. Great work that you're doing with them. Great cultural representation, partnerships, collaborations, all the evidence is there in the program and in the time that you spending with them. I think the one big thing that comes to me a little bit about access, and not necessarily access, but to address some of the socioeconomic barriers a little bit, is there was a statement that was made, and I want to find it. It's in your community. It's in their community voice, and it says, maybe it's not in community voice. It's in it's in your cultural activities. It's one of the first paragraph and the last one. It says, welcome night during the February 1 performance, offering $1,039 tickets to remove barriers to participation. And so my question is, this is not a statement nor an opinion, nor do I have any data to back it up. My question is there data supporting that the $39 admission actually removes barriers for people to participate? I'm curious on what that looks like. If I'm thinking from a family perspective, does the $39 admission fee to the program? Now, I know later on in the budget, we talk about getting support for that, financial support for that, if I remember correctly, and Karen may be able to help me remember, but I think later on that was part of what they were asking for. The language shakes my seat a little bit, my chair that I'm sitting in thinking that $39 would remove that financial barrier. And that's just a question that I have. If a family is coming to come to an event like that, that's culturally rich, if I have 3 or 4 members of the family, the $39 does not remove the barrier for me. And so regardless if I'm Hispanic, Mexican American, whether I'm Black, that will be a challenge. And I know there's data that supports that. So I'm just curious where that, how do we land to $39, which goes back to getting the input. Did that come from the community? That's why in this application process to all applicants, we're asking these questions over and over again. How, where are you getting the information? It's like writing an academic paper. Cite your source. Who said that? Who made that statement? Where did that data come from? We're not here to say there's a right or wrong answer, but being able to provide, because we know it looks different to different communities. And I'm done, Jesus.
Thank you, James. Comments from other panelists? Oh, Cassie, yes. I'm sorry, I stole your thunder there, Priscilla. Go ahead, Cassie.
Thank you. Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. I think my co-panelists did a really good job of representing what we saw here. I do want to comment that under, let's see, the section, the intersectionality and inclusion section, they do talk about the Mexican-American War and kind of what's going to happen in this production. And I really think they do well at connecting of how the barriers are set up for this constituent community. And I haven't seen that necessarily often. And I just want to kind of commend that they're showing how these historical processes have set up the barriers and why these stories need to be told. And that helped for me to see kind of the value added to this particular production, and how it will be instructional for everybody who comes, or for a lot of people. Lots of people know this history. But just kind of emphasizing, and they say over 150 years later, relations between Texas and Mexico remain complex, and the United States, with the political climate where immigration, migration, and othering, and explain what that is, are weaponized. So I just appreciated that little, that extra kind of step that they took to explain that.
Thank you, Kathy. I think B, you have your hand up.
Yes, now my hand is down. Yeah, they mentioned the demographic breakdown of their board based upon race. Racial BIPOC communities are underrepresented by half. What are you doing as an organization directly to improve that? And even though you're doing a Latinx-centered production, the rate of Latin representation is low. At no point is there demographic employment breakdowns, and you never reference disability until we get to the accessibility question, which you didn't actually answer. You stated basically that you follow the ADA and that your venue follows the ADA, but that is the bare legal minimum. However, it is this specific phrase that really, really bothered me. It actually gave me nightmares in terms of what it is implying. And that is that you say patrons have the option to remain in their own wheelchair or to transfer to a fixed theater seat with a swing out armrest. Several high percentage of people who are in wheelchairs are unable to transfer. Now, I will say I am a wheelchair user. I personally can transfer, but I'm doing a show tonight with somebody who doesn't have the ability to do that. And as an organization that will disproportionately, by nature of what it is, cater to an older population, which is statistically more likely to be disabled, that removal of autonomy and it was deeply concerning to me, especially as no actual elements of what you are doing beyond the bare minimum is presented. And there is so much that can be done, starting with, I'm pretty certain that you're going to have subtitles for almost all of your operas, given that the vast majority of them are not in English in the first place. And that's all.
And seconds, any final comments? I will say, looking quickly at the application, it does say, and B may have mentioned this, I may have missed it, but it does give them the option if they want to transfer from one seat to another. So we are at time for this application, and I think we are at break. So we will take a 15-minute break. We are at 3:03. It just now turned to 3:03 on my clock. So we will come back at 3:18 when we will review Conspirare. And we are back from break. We will resume the Elevate review panel. Next application up for review is Conspirare. Karen and James are our primary and secondary. And Karen, whenever you're ready to begin.
Sure. So Conspirare is a musical concert and community performance organization. Their key constituents include musical artists, composers, listeners, and participant singers. I wasn't sure that they had a specific musical genre or medium that they prefer. They seem to be dedicated towards shaping cultures and telling stories of diverse voices through its commissions of new music, texts, and concerts. They have a wide cultural variety, which I guess would also include a wide aesthetic and musically aesthetic, eclectic music aesthetic as well. They acknowledge their white heritage, but currently count 20% LGBTQ involvement. It would be useful to have a bit more metrics beyond that. They do travel to different places to perform, which included a number of prison performances. They're currently in the process of relocating to a transitional neighborhood And they say that inclusive efforts are central to their history. Sorry, just. They have a small board, but an extensive number of participants, which again is another reason it would be helpful to have more metrics on both the makeup of the board and all the makeup of all of their participants. They have, I really appreciated the sort of intentional discussion of using content as a way to emphasize, as emphasizing content as a way of overcoming, as a way of promoting cultural, social to promote unification and coming together and to overcome division. So it's, a lot of times people claim that as music brings people together, but what they were talking about is sort of intentional choices in programming in that regard. So I appreciated that. I did feel in terms of, in some of the program though, it still does feel like a sort of top-down sort of decision-making process. There wasn't a lot of, even though they emphasize music as a way of overcoming division, it seems to be prescriptive rather than there's not a lot of opportunities for the community to engage in or to influence programming. They do have what they call big sings, which are big community sing-alongs, which is clearly another case of community voice. I think the intended relocation of the organization will bring it to different audiences and bring in different constituencies and participants. As far as accessibility, they have something called Conspirare Concierge. So I wasn't clear if this was something that's anticipating and providing preemptively providing a range of accessibility options, or if it's closer to being something similar to like upon request, in which this is the office or contact that you're supposed to reach out to when you need accommodations. So I would appreciate more information about that. The Elevate funds are being requested just as to underwrite and support overall operations. They did say in their budget discussion that in an effort to minimize costs, that they they're planning on, after the end of the pandemic, on returning to homestay visits for artists, which I understand to be donors and members of participants like opening their homes to visiting artists. I may be confused about that, but if that's the case, I respect the effort of their participants to contribute in kind to the organization. But I also worry about whether that can be problematic for potential artists who don't feel comfortable in that situation. That's it for me.
Yeah, thank you, Karen. Oh, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, James.
I don't think I have much to add, and we usually, we're not really focused on repeating the same thing, but here is for this applicant the opportunity. Karen said it beautifully a couple of times about that community voice. And I think my leave behind for the applicant is, in this opportunity of moving to a new space, this is a chance. So here's a couple of things that I read from the application that are happening. A new strategic plan that's operationalizing diversity and equity, and you move into a new location. From what we've seen in the application, my panel mates and I are looking for more space for community voice. So what I see here is the perfect recipe to have that conversation with the community if it is not happening. I think overall that's the arching theme for me. There are a couple of sections where the theme continues. It's an unfortunate theme, I must say. It's an unfortunate theme where we're not seeing the community voice in that conversation. I think I rated this one moderately low. And a large portion of that had to do with the lack of community voice. I thought some areas the budget lacked details that I would like to have seen more details in. Great plan, however, in your reach, to try to retain some goals and help to develop some new strategies. We got that new strategies operationalizing this is to come quite a bit to saying that this is to come and we're going to do this, but not much of the details, even plans to reach new audiences. And so just lacking some of those details that kind of make them, that kind of solidifies what you're saying as an organization in the application that you're actually going to do, that goes beyond descriptive words. And so I think that's the kind of the highlighting thing for me on this application.
Thank you. At this time, we'd like to invite other panelists to add on.
If there are no additional comments from the panel, did I see someone? No. If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And we will move on to the next application, Zilker Theater Productions. James and Cassie are our primary and secondary. So James, whenever you're ready to begin.
Yeah, give me just a second. When we're back to back, I struggle pulling up the next application.
No problem. And just for the applicants in attendance, the 10-minute max time does not begin until the primary starts giving their comments.
Can't even find it. Oh, there it is.
Got it. Zilker Theater Productions, James and Cassie.
Okay, I'm sorry, just a second.
Sure.
Okay. Former Friends of the Summer Musical. This organization has been around for quite some time. A little over 3 decades, it looks like. There's some evidence. Here's a couple of things. Just dive right into it. I think their mission has evolved over time for this organization, according to the information and application. Also, there's some evidence of commitment to the community and to the key groups that it serves. I later on in the application, I know I have a question and a comment about, if I'm not mistaken, about those key groups, just a little bit. For their leadership, there was some good evidence of leadership and cultural lived experiences. I had one question for leadership. They give a bit of a breakdown for the members. The board includes, and they list that, and then they get the board includes 3 LGBTQ, I'm quoting them, and then including our executive director who identifies also as LGBTQ+, and I'm reading sentences here, 6 female, 4 Hispanic. And so they give us a bit of a big breakdown. There's one statement that comes and says that has the advisory board represents various socioeconomic groups. I have a note that says, has there been a plan developed as a result of working with committees? I know where it's coming from, and I'm trying to find the actual statement. These provided community. And so I can't find it, but there's a statement here under the cultural leadership where they talk about prioritizing, did I write it? Diversity and equity. Oh, here it is. The advisory board represents various socioeconomic groups and works closely with committees to ensure diversity, equity, and inclusion. And so my response, I was curious to think about what has been has there been a development plan that was a result of these conversations? Has there anything been incorporated into possibly a strategic plan so that you can operationalize it and actually put feet to it to make it quote unquote real, whatever real might be within your organization? And so once I'm looking for what those action items look like, what are the results of these conversations? I will stop and say, in the application process, some of the words do come off to the applicant a little vague when we say we work closely with. What is the result of? How close are you working? And so those are questions that come out of it. In the community voice, another conversation comes. It says ZTP interacts with local schools and universities to identify potential cast, crew, musicians, and members. I thought that was a glow. Really, I was happy to see that in the conversation. Although it says we are, it says we interact is one of those words I want a little more specificity about. More specifics. What does it mean to interact? But I'm glad that that's a relationship that is happening. And it was good to see in this application. I thought great data and strategy to respond to the group served. Under your cultural activities, I did want to know whose voice was represented. Because early on in the mission, we talked a little bit, and maybe this is related to you, but so this is your annual Austin tradition. Okay, this is your performance, your 6-week performances for the group. And so I still wanted to know, although they were preparing the students for the production, I'm wondering, how is the student's voice represented? And I hope that's not something I missed. And if I did, it's okay. This is our rehearsal. I'll depend on my panel mates to stand me corrected. But I'm a little interested about whose voice is represented in that part of the application. Intersectionality, I'll just read my note, and for the sake of time, and one of my notes said it lacks a lot of detail. There was throughout our history, our shows have addressed head on some of the most challenging issues of our time while being entertaining and appropriate for families at the same time. What were some of those issues? What are the key components? Here's an opportunity to exchange adjectives for some facts here, because we know there's a character limitation on your application process. And so I'd like to know what those words. That's important. That's directly related to the question that we're looking for an answer for. And so that would be helpful. Great evidence of volunteerism and individual donations. Great evidence of job creation, mentoring, leadership roles, and collaboration. There was a minimum met of ADA. You offered ASL, but there was no evidence of additional languages. Also, I saw strong evidence and consideration for marketing, outreach, and audience development for your programmatic reach. In your budget, you listed to really focus on artist fees, which was in alignment with your narrative and your budget. There was some alignment there. I am, however, curious on management and capacity within the organization to address retaining your current and expanding to additional audiences as mentioned in the application. So that would be my question for the budget part. For the most part, those are my glows and grows for the application, and I will relinquish to my secondary.
Thank you, James. A lot of this rings true with what I wrote for this organization. I gave them a moderate score in the middle. I think they do have a long history of providing free programming, which I appreciate, but it's not clear who the key constituencies are and if everybody has access and attend those shows. And I was with James here. I think they do include community feedback, but it's unclear who is providing the feedback and if they are from the key constituencies. So it was a little vague there. Intersectionality is not a clear key consideration here. There was one thing that kind of stood out to me that I thought was interesting and something to consider in this process is that they say that they make it accessible for economically by providing free parking, which I'm not sure is still true at Zilker. But maybe for the shows it is. It is actually kind of expensive to park at Zilker Park. And the proximity to a city bus route. I was a former bike rider, bus rider, and the importance of a bus route stop cannot be overstated for people. But they say these contributions help make so there's no social economic barriers to the audience. And I would push back a little and say there's always those barriers. Maybe it's just that you're working and can't attend the show. So I think that I appreciate all the efforts there, but I'm not sure if there's ever can be no social economic barriers. They do provide opportunities for the constituencies. It's not clear if it's the ones targeted here in this grant to me, except that they do have a good plan for the future of how they might do that with paid internships, monthly master classes, being sure to find educators who represent the key constituencies in this grant, and paying them rather than having them as volunteer educators. So not too much to add, but those are a few comments.
Thank you, Kathy. We'd like to invite the other panelists to add any additional information, comments. Okay, B. Go ahead, B.
Yeah, so to piggyback a little bit off what James said, I looked and saw your prior show list. You have to go back essentially to the year, aside from Hairspray, to the year 2000 to see a show with mandated BIPOC characters. And although there are certainly some shows with political implications, unless it was a particularly unique staging, is not like you're doing shows that really tackle issues head on in a direct and potentially even controversial way. Shows like Fun Home or Allegiance. And I realize it's difficult when you only do 1 or 2 shows a season. In the accessibility space, you actually didn't answer the question. You told us what you did to bring yourself into compliance with ADA, not what actual specialty services were being provided. And although it's great that you spent $1 million, and I realize it's an older space that may come with unique challenges, that was to create the base of the minimum, not to improve to uniqueness. And there's actually a bit of, I would almost call it gaslighting. I really don't know how else to describe it, where you put all of this pertaining to building this out for disabled people, but you actually don't cite disability whatsoever in any level of engagement. And in fact, in programmatic reach, whether it be intentional or not, you say that you are
And we
ensuring
are
content.
at time. I'm sorry, we are at time. I don't know if y'all can hear my timer going off there. We're at 10 minutes time for this application. Thank you, panelists. So that was Zilker Theater Productions. Next up for review is Austin Celtic Association. Karen and Hannah are our primary and secondary. And Karen, whenever you are ready to begin.
So the Austin Celtic Fest is a 2-day event that focuses on the Celtic culture and their immigrants, U.S. American immigrants. It includes events and performances on multiple stages, music, dance, and storytelling, as well as the full Highland Games competition. They have an annual attendance expected between 5,000 to 6,000. And their key constituencies are families, older women in their 50s to 60s. They've been in operation since the 1990s. They always offer free tickets to some groups. It wasn't clear to me which groups they are or how you get to be a group that gets free tickets. The board is a small board, and they require every board member to have at some point served as a staff member on the board. That's a requirement for board membership. They pride themselves on the fact that groups not only have input on the programming, but autonomy, that they produce their own segments and presentations. I think that, well, it's not clear to me how different that is from many other festivals. Everything in terms of their programming and content it pertains to the overarching thing of Celtic culture and heritage. So speaking to the themes of the grant, it wasn't clear to me how that relates to underrepresented cultures or cultures that are in danger of being erased, although the application at one point does say that Celtic culture is, let me look for their language, a cornerstone of area history. So I'd like to hear more about that relationship. But then elsewhere in their application, they also say that they have, this is quoting them, they have experienced systematic removal from city facilities and potential loss of funding based on Irish stereotypes, which I guess would be the basis of their eligibility to the Elevate grant. The festival consistently sells out. And in terms of community benefit, nonprofits can request free space to exhibit. And in terms of another community benefit that provides some degree of diversity and inclusion is that they make a point of choosing the staffing agencies that they use are female-owned companies. That's it from me.
Thank you. Secondary, Hannah?
Yeah, so this is an application I went back and rescored when after my initial scoring. I think they could have I think all the information is there, but it took me a second look to find some of it, especially on how it relates to cultural erasure, how this community in particular relates to cultural erasure and displacement that they're facing. So I think they get a little lost in being very, very descriptive of all the things they do, that the focus in answering the question, the bits and parts are there. So I would just caution that in future applications, they really stick to being more specific to what the questions are asking and answering it. One very compelling area for me when I read through a second time was how they discussed within their programmatic reach. They talk about, it was not programmatic reach. It was another area where they talk about the intersectionality with Hiberno-Mexicanos and their descendants of Irish settlers in Mexican Texas southern counties who bring their children to the fair to experience Irish heritage and like Celtic culture. I thought that was fantastic, and it really points to the importance of the cultural history and what they're doing as a group. So very much like Karen in that connecting it back to the importance of their culture and the history of it in this area and how it's facing that erasure would have really made it a little easier for us to score. And so I did go back a second time on this application, like I said, and change some scores in the process.
Thank you. Would any other panelists like to add any additional information?
I just want to add also, and I think, Hannah, you really had a good assessment of the application as sort of getting lost in description, because there is a sort of sense that there's a lot of detailed description of what actually happens, but there's not an overarching statement, which requires the reviewers to really have to weed through the content to find answers. With regard to accessibility, they do say that, and this I'm reading from the application, our music stages are rather frantic and the performers do not have stringent set lists, so interpreters would find that very difficult, not being able to have advanced notes or scripts. So I found this kind of statement a little bit complicated, problematic, because it seems to assume that there's only one way to render something accessible. And so I think, again, I sort of think that, the application encourages organizations to really think about the categories that we're inquiring about, and that would be useful for the applicant to sort of, rather than to simply describe, but also to actually sort of think, like, what are they doing? What would be a one statement way of assessing what they're doing right now? And what do they hope to do, either with these funds or in the future?
Anybody else have anything?
If there are no further comments from the panel, if you would please finalize your scores. We will move on to the next application, Pump Project Art Complex. Karen and Ashley are our primary and secondary for Pump Project. And Karen, whenever you're ready to begin, I know sometimes back-to-back applications, you may need a little bit of time. So again, for those either watching live or watching the recording later, there's a 10-minute max review for each application, but the timer does not start until the primary starts giving their comments.
Okay, so the 10 project is a studio, gallery, and creative space established in 2005, which provides affordable studio spaces, gallery facilities, and exhibition opportunities. They're currently reestablishing in a new location with 10 studio members, and with Elevate funds, they hope to expand. They are one of the few nonprofit arts organizations in North Austin. Previously they had up to 50 artists on site. Since the pandemic, they only have 10. They try to keep their commission rate on sales very low, and they like to serve artists of all levels. All studio members are directly involved in decision making. There's a small board. I would have appreciated more information about how the board functions. In the past year, they have, in terms of community voice, they've shifted more to hosting group exhibitions rather than solo shows. In terms of responsive cultural content and responsiveness, it would have been good to have a little bit more specific information of some of those shows, like who are the groups that are being represented, who are the solo artists in the past, are they theme shows, are they identity community shows, do they respond to specific topics? I just needed a lot more examples about the kind of content that the artists that they're hosting, the content that they're sponsoring or promoting. With regards to language, they say that at this time we do not provide any language provisions outside of English. They offer income-based subsidies for studios, and they hope to bring back their merit-based studio residency program. And I was not sure what to do with their letter, who is from a commercial property manager who I think maybe oversees the rental or something. So I wondered if there was a conflict of interest in that letter. Those are my comments.
Secondary, and before the secondary starts, we advise applicants, if they ask us, for letters of support, just whoever can provide something that has meaningful impact. I don't know if we have spoken with this applicant if they asked about letters of support, but what we tell them, there's no right or wrong kind of letter of support to provide, just whatever would have the most impact. Not having read that letter, just want to have the panels bear that in mind as you're scoring the applications. And secondary, Ashley.
Notes that I can add would be, they mentioned continually assessing and responding to the needs of their community, their visual artists, and the surrounding communities, and that's meant to help strengthen their programming and reach new audiences. Karen mentioned the affordable spaces. They do have that for studio and exhibitions and performances. And they rely on lots of volunteers as well. They have that support from the community, and that's meant to help streamline their operations. And that way, at the moment, they're putting more funds towards creative projects. They also receive plenty of in-kind donations from local businesses. They all actively create job opportunities and provide leadership programs to support their community, including workshops, mentorship, and networking events. And I didn't see anything that included beyond the mandated ADA accessibilities. Those are my notes.
Thank you, Esther. Would like to invite other panelists to add any additional comments. All right, Dee. Oh, wait, I know. Karen, you were already off. Okay, go ahead, Dee.
So there's a contradiction in that they state that they believe that art should be accessible to all, and then directly say that they don't offer any non-English language services. It is something that could very feasibly have been part of this grant application. I'd be curious why it's not. I don't know the exact demographic breakdowns of North Austin personally. But that seemed to be a failed option. And then in that accessibility space, not only do they not go beyond ADA, but they remove autonomy from disabled people by claiming that we can simply move comfortably around. To be clear, providing the bare legal minimum, which I can verify as a wheelchair user, does not necessarily mean that it is comfortable for us. In fact, I've been in a wheelchair accessible space under the ADA that still resulted in me having to go to the hospital. So try not to directly speak for other communities.
Thank you, B. Any comments, additional comments from other panelists? If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And we will move on to our next application, Art from the Streets. James and Ashley are our primary and secondary. And James, whenever you're ready to begin.
Thank you, Jesus. Really, really good application. Excited to read it, Arts from the Streets. I was curious when I saw the name to kind of where it would take us, and it was a journey that was appreciated. Arts from the Street is an organization that really focuses on elevating and highlighting arts from young people and in some contexts who are experiencing homelessness. And I think there is an age bracket that they give. They get the young people via word of mouth, word on the street, pun intended. And then also through managers, through I think they mentioned, caseworkers and individuals like that that work with the homeless population. I scored this application extremely high. Make sure I'm reading the right notes. Just a second. They did provide a lot of details of when they got incorporated, and they've been around for a while, and their intention is to keep things free, and they've stayed true to that sense so far. I did note that in a small group, and I hope I didn't miss this, I always willing to stand corrected, but it looks like there's a small leadership group. I look like I saw a president and an executive director. And so, which both showing strong evidence of just some cultural relevance there. Let's see, social impact, community voice. There was some stories of some presence I put. Project did involve some stories and some experience of key constituency groups in kind of later on in the process. And that remains to be seen. With the cultural relevance in the activities, as I mentioned, they're working with homeless youth, 18 to given the space to create. Artists find out about the program, as I mentioned, by their ways. My note was this was a huge growth for this glow for this application because it elevated the platform. It elevated the work of the artists, not only for the artists and the organization, but for the city as well. I was a little torn just thinking about that a little bit, because in this section, the application requires to make that connection. What does that do for the larger creative sector for the city of Austin? And so I had to think a couple of times, and I finally landed. It does a lot. It does a lot for the creative sector for the city of Austin, in my opinion, in this application process, elevating and finding those cultural assets and those jewels that otherwise would be lost. These are one of those things that are kind of happening under the radar. I put it highly elevates and platforms the city cultural diversity. Other things that I thought this was a powerful statement as it related to this section in response to intersectionality. The power of art allows these artists an opportunity to be seen, to be regarded, and to be validated through the expression of their true identities. And then right before that, it talks about all of the people, all of the groups that they're serving. And it states them. It says, these men and women have experienced disconnection because of physical and mental disabilities, gender identity, sexual orientation, immigration status, race, and/or socioeconomic status, and other factors to be included. So really think about that their work, that's the key or the core of the work that they're doing, being able to amplify this space or elevate this space for them to not lose this conduit or this outlet to be able to express and create while, and they didn't mention, while in the process of still trying to process out of homelessness. So that's happening parallel to this work. Amazing volunteer support. The power of art allows, I mentioned that regarding volunteer through amazing volunteer work. Here's some of the things I noted that were a part of the creation response. Career development, networking opportunities. They're able to connect to the volunteers of the community, people that did everything from donating funding to actually get a studio space or get studio space time paid up for. So free to low cost space is one of the categories that we were, one of the areas or criteria we were looking at. Social services as well, through partnerships that is happening, and then mentoring. So kudos to them for having those, for being able to hit those markers. Accessibility, they did talk about some minimum standards that they would meet for ADA. However, they were very clear and to the point. We're not able to accommodate for language at this time. And so that's unfortunate, but kudos for them for getting straight to the point for there. We do not have specialized language accommodations at this time, and I quote. Programmatic reach, they did focus on marketing and expansion to new artists. They wanted to do more. They wanted to expand on this model that seems to be working for them. They did have a good budget. I didn't see any deficits there. I'll stand corrected if I missed it. Marketing and promotion, they did talk about that the majority of this funding would support professional fees, also for the executive director and program director, which I think they figure out some later on how to get the money to raise because of community support. They were actually able to get to a place to where they could actually have a paid staff or paid consideration for the leaders for this application. I think those are all my notes. Yes, and I'll relinquish to my secondary.
Ashley?
That's great. I also really enjoyed reading this application. I scored it moderately high. I appreciated that they described their history very clearly in a timeline from the development of the organization, including 10 years that they were doing this work before they were incorporated. Also, I noted that their cultural leadership included plenty of members that have faced similar challenges or experiences at the same as their constituency. They do, of course, center their projects and programs on their constituents from the start and actually seem to build or help develop their stories. And the last note that I have was that their programs they provide are created in a way to help form a pathway for their constituents directly. And I think that this is what elevates arts and culture for the city and provides a lasting impact. And that's individually, but also collectively or for the city. The larger community. And they also describe that they track their constituents throughout the programs and after to see their growth and impact, which I think is really important. That's all minutes.
Thank you, Ashley. Would like other panelists to chime in if you have something to add? Hannah?
Yeah, similar to the others, this was a fantastic application to read, and I thought they did really well in describing their cultural leadership and how it connects their key constituencies of people who are homeless or have experienced homelessness. This area would have been strengthened for me if there's a little bit more representation of a person who's experiencing homelessness or recently has experienced homelessness in this area. Although I will acknowledge, you know, when you're homeless, the last thing you think about is joining a board. But since there's opportunities for employment, that could be an area that maybe would help expand that.
I'll just echo admiration both for the application and for the organization. I have one suggestion about like just really other operations of the organization, because I wondered in terms of the community benefits, if they also use the opportunity for their contacts with the unhoused or formerly unhoused, not just to sort of track their future progress as individuals, but as the opportunity to provide social work contacts with social workers as well. So I would suggest that could be part of what they do to support their community. And then a suggestion about the application. I think they had like one of their letters was a video testimony. I for whatever reason couldn't play it, and I also would just suggest to all applicants who use video testimonies, it might always be useful to have a transcript as well for situations like this when there's technical problems or simply when reviewers need to see the content very quickly.
Bea had seen, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, so I'm slightly different. I scored this in the middle range. I was bothered by the fact that they state that the majority of the people they deal with have disability and then failed to, for me, satisfactorily answer the question. And not only that, but they contradicted and simultaneously removed autonomy from disabled people with the phrase that the process of creating art does not discriminate against disability, and our program coordinators and volunteers ensure that everyone has the opportunity to create despite perceived limitations. Well, what you're saying in that moment is there in fact are some levels of limitations, perceived or otherwise. I know for myself, I don't have full control nor proper sensation in my hands. A lot of art would be very, very difficult for me personally to create.
And
but there is no mention of disability whatsoever in terms of leadership, which would imply that they are not representative of the people they serve.
We are at time. I'm not sure if my mute, it kept telling me I was muted. So I'm not sure, but we are at time for that application. Thank you, panelists. Please finalize your scores. That was Art from the Streets. Our next application up for review is Austin Film Festival. B has a conflict of interest with this application, so we'll be turning their camera off. B's score will not be counted towards us when we're doing the average, so B not scoring will not affect the application. It's not like it's counting as a 0. So Austin Film Festival, Ashley and Hector are our primary and secondary. And Ashley, whenever you're ready to begin.
Austin Film Festival, their mission is to further the art and craft of storytelling by inspiring and championing the work of all artists who use written and visual language to tell a story. They serve a broad audience and note that their key constituents consist of emerging artists from both local and national communities. These people are seeking the opportunity to develop their voice, vision, and artistry. They note that this is the first writer-focused film festival to recognize the writer's craft as critical and irreplaceable. And since inception, the competition has honored and launched the careers of several writers. They do express that the submissions that are received are evaluated blindly, and the winners often reflect a vast diversity counter to industry standards. Their cultural leadership is predominantly women and consists of 2 individuals from what they identify as marginalized communities who are their key constituents. They have an advisory committee of industry professionals, and this committee works with the organization to help curate skill-based enrichment programs for emerging creatives and underrepresented backgrounds. They do involve input from post-event and program surveys, and this is to help provide direction for ideas in the future. They do, again, serve a broad audience, but consider equity to be a focus in their program that is defined as uplifting storytellers, where they work with leading creatives and executives of color to guide and connect with new voices. Let's see. They see a positive result in surveying attendee and panelist demographics as evidence of intersectionality. They mentioned they work to increase the visibility of artists with intersectional identities and to reverse implicit bias to ultimately inspire emerging creatives from diverse backgrounds. This is from their application. And other services and adaptations that they provide include shuttle services for their attendees, and also ASL at their event. Thank you.
Thank you. Hector?
Yeah, Ashley did an excellent job. I just want to highlight a few things that I think they show how they do involve BIPOC communities. So they mentioned that in 2022, there were 15,000 submissions. Half of them came from either women or BIPOC. And out of those, in that same film fest, they 65% of the films and 50% of the scripts were approved for, again, women and BIPOC. They do work closely with Six Square Cultural District that's on the east side, as well as Houston Tillotson. And they mentioned that in 2022, there were over 223 panelists, and 72% of them were either women or BIPOC. Same with their artists, their creatives. And then there were a couple of sentences that caught my attention. I think it's worth mentioning that they deal and address the complexities of human experience as opposed to harmful stereotypes. And they typically work with creators that are on the cusp of breakthroughs, which I find that really, really good. And again, their budget is very descriptive. And they do have a diverse funding source. Funding sources. Yep, that's all I have.
Thank you, Hector. Would like to invite other panelists to add any additional comments.
If there are no further comments, that I heard someone? No. If you would, oh, Hannah, yes,
Great,
go
I was
ahead.
a little late. Just a little bit, just to kind of, we've mentioned this before, but in the specialized language access, they very strongly talk about how like some films have, foreign films have different languages. So that's not, that doesn't really speak to how, like the further breadth of how language access is considered and participating, sorry about that, in the festival. So with like a little bit more information there on that's not artist content related to language access.
Any other comments from the panel? Seeing as there are none, if you would please finalize your scores and then let me know when you are done by giving a thumbs up so we can let B know to come back. Karen's done, Ashley, Cassie, Hector, and if James or Hannah, if you'll put your thumbs up, I missed it. James is good. And Hannah's good. Okay, B, you can come back, but you can come back and then we're going to take a break. It is 4:09. So we will come back. A 15-minute break would be 4:25. We have 6 more applications to review, so we would be back at 4:25. So just keep that in mind. We have 6 more applications once we come back from the break. 4:25. Oh,
Hector,
yes.
you're not muted.
And we are back from break for our next application up for review, Tapestry Dance Company. Ashley and Hector are our primary and secondary. And let me get my timer going. We have 10 minutes max per application, and the timing will not start until the primary starts giving their comments. So Ashley, whenever you are ready to begin.
Tapestry Dance Company, they nurture financially supportive, collaborative, diverse, and equitable creative community, and they see themselves as an interdisciplinary and socially relevant force to change their community for the better. They vision from their application, they say many threads of color and diversity, which has included past and current collaborations. They have a vision of equity and diversity, and this is evident in their collaborations they seek. And their creative leadership has shared lived experiences and some strong cultural understanding. I do think that they're deeply rooted when it comes to community involvement. All projects and performances include collaboration with community members and partner organizations. They do describe being founded on intersectionality and inclusion and support culture and lifelong learning for adults and teens. They are mindful of this when developing programs to have strong voices threaded together for positive change. They do describe being held together by volunteers, including a board of directors, to support productions, services, and facilities through marketing and event hosting, including artist transportation, facility management, and repair. So that's a lot of people helping out. They're talking about volunteers in the board. They have a long list of where they support that continues to community conversations, meetings, ticket sales, ushers, and stewardship. Then since 1996, they have created 125 plus annual full-time salaried dance jobs. And they have contracted since that time over 250 artists. They do provide affordable spaces for dozens of creatives and groups. And by this time, they have also reached thousands of dancers, both youth and adult, in their programming. And they also serve their audience through collaborating or coordinating some programming at Title I schools. Some services that they offer, I have here, assistive listening devices are available at public performances. They describe that they are committed to providing a website that's accessible to the broadest possible audience. And this is where they have all of their events and programs listed. They allow for their visitors to choose their interface language. It's out of 16 different languages that they can use on their website. And then they note that they also continue to develop new relationships and nurture longtime collaborators in a way to build new audiences. And they have continuing their marketing plan, it seems, which has been strong, including like monthly newsletter, a regular updated maintained online presence, event listings, and they also use a PR team to help them reach their audiences. That's it. Thank you.
Hector?
Thank you, Ashley. I just have a few highlights. Thank you. You did a good job describing their whole application. Just a couple of things that Ashley did mention some of these, but I just want to provide a little detail. They do, in their history, they do talk about how they have involved international artists that represent the communities here in Austin. They talk about intersectionality, as Ashley mentioned. However, it's a very general description. They say that cultural diversity, they consider cultural diversity in all artistic developments and equitable collaboration. I would have liked a few examples, which they did not include, so I don't know how they do that. They say that all performances are acceptable to all, regardless of economic background, race, culture, sex, orientation, and gender variance. They say that all their productions, just a couple more things, all their productions are accessible. They're held at the Long Center. That's the extent of accessibility they talk about. The others, the web, actually did mention that. They said that they translate into 16 languages. I would have liked to have known or somehow know how well those translations are. I mean, that's a lot of languages that they're translating on the web. Their budget goes to artistic fees, space, and personnel. Yep, that's it. Thank you, Jesus.
Thank you, Hector. And like to invite other panelists to add any additional comments. Go ahead,
Um,
Kathy.
Thank you. I there were at times in this application when I couldn't understand the response. And I know that we're not judging based on grantsmanship, but I do think that it's important to be clear. And sometimes that there's a very artistic language that I appreciated that helped demonstrate the creative nature of the performance. But I think a clear narrative about what that means and represents is also important, as well as there were specifically in the community voice section, there was a list of quotes from community members, which was good for support. But I don't think it really explained how the voices themselves are integrated into the process. So sometimes I think we can a lot of the answers might have been clearer with a good solid narrative and then a description about why those quotes are important or valuable. So the clarity for me made me have to search and try to piece things together.
Thank you, Kathy. Anybody else? We got about 3 minutes.
There are no further comments from the panel. If you would please finalize your scores. We will move on to the next application, Austin Sound Waves. Ashley and Karen are our primary and secondary. Ashley, whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay. Austin Soundwaves was founded to provide underserved communities in Austin, particularly youth, with equitable and engaging arts education and performance opportunities. They envision a world without barriers to music education to provide equal music education opportunities for all children. And so regularly brings together diverse audiences and artists. Since inception, they've considered their mission to be a powerful vehicle for social change. And the focus area began and continues with underserved communities. They do state that many of their staff and board come from similar backgrounds and circumstances as those served, and understand the necessity for arts equity in order for everyone to have a meaningful art experience. They believe that intentional representation from the communities they serve is crucial to ensuring that their work is impactful. They're committed to ensuring that those they serve are at the center of the organizational decision-making process and also leading their artistic practices. The project they propose provides hundreds of hours of free programming to students and their families to perform music that is culturally relevant to them. They do address intersectionality with principles that build on assets in their community and mobilize individuals, associations, and institutions to come together to realize and develop their strengths together. Much of their success is due to 9 financial forms of community support they have received since their founding. They are also well supported by individual donations and foundations. They provide mentorship opportunities, and they do describe an impact. They also include that 100 of their seniors have graduated high school and gained admittance into colleges. They work with a variety of schools, and so all of the accommodations or all the settings are different, and they're all accommodating, is what they say, but I don't think they can speak to any other, well, the building itself. If their proposal doesn't include any specialized language access accommodations for non-English constituents and their families. They do have a clear marketing plan to retain and grow their audience, and they intend for the Elevate grant to support diversifying programming by bringing in local and national guest artists to help teach and perform for the community members, visitors, and also to tourists that also come to their programs. And I have a note that they have sufficient details to understand their budget, and it includes paying for the artists, which I've mentioned, as well as with administrators that work on their projects. Okay.
Thank you. Before we move on to secondary, I may have missed, but it sounded like they do talk about language access, things that they want to do in their application. I don't know if that's what the what your comment was about or not, Ashley. So just keep that in mind when you are scoring the applications. And we will move on to secondary. Karen.
Yeah, Ashley already said basically most everything I have in my notes. I did score it very high. They had very clear answers to everything. I particularly appreciated their discussion of intersectionality, where they talked about trust and justice rather than sort of saying that we do it. I thought there was a sort of thoughtful discussion of the issues at stake about considering the different ways in which identities can interact. It's an organization that seems to be, it's only in the past 12 years, I think it's only 12 years old, they've had formidable growth. What started in 2011 with a 5 program staff and 42 students has led to serving over 5,500 students in East Austin K through 12. This fiscal year alone, we surpassed working with over 1,100 students in more than 30 public performances. So I think it's a remarkable sign of their energy and their impact in terms of the outreach and how quickly they've grown. So they're an organization that is growing, and that's what they're requesting Elevate funds for. I believe they report their students as 95% BOPAC. I think Ashley not sure if Ashley mentioned that number. And they have considerable support from the community in terms of subsidized facility space, donated time from participating artists.
Thank you, Karen. I'd like to invite other panelists.
I thought it was a quick glow for the organization to talk about my notes. I thought it was a good glow with they utilized some 21st century skills to elevate the community's voice. And I just want to shout that out to them. I think that was a good educational aspect. They talked about student choice, or sometimes also noted as student voice. They also talked about project-based learning, which also addresses a whole bunch of other skills as well. And so kudos to them for that.
CSC have a hand up?
Yeah, I'll say I also scored this very, very highly. The thing that sort of caught my eye is they state that their proposal does not include specialized programming for individuals with disabilities. And if anything, the organization sells themselves short. They actually reference a lot of things that are not common and not typical, and go to serve, in particular, people with sensory needs, people on the autism spectrum, which I thought was very, very impressive. I'm a little uncomfortable with the fact that gender neutral restrooms were put into the accessibility section, but I do understand how, given the events of what's taking place within the state of Texas, that might be there. And though they do reference queer people, there is no demographic element of it in the application. I would have liked to know what the gender breakdown is of the students. I would have liked to know, and I know it's self-reporting in terms of queerness, same thing. What is the overlapping demographic? But it was such a joy to read this application, and even more so to know that they have alumni, students that have gone through this program, that are put into their board and come back. It speaks very, very highly of them.
Anybody else have anything? And I would just add that I can see where they would put gender neutral in the accessibility, because we have folks who are gender neutral who would not feel like they could access any particular bathroom. As someone who has experienced that, it's like I go into women's restroom and they're like, what are you doing in here, kind of thing. So I think that is an allowable thing to put around accessibility for folks who may not feel like they could go into a restroom. And yeah, so.
Thank you, Priscilla. Thank you, panelists. Any additional comments?
I just want to mention that I did misread my notes and that they 100% do have plans to have special language access to publications. But thank you.
I know there are a lot of applications, so when y'all say stuff like that, I try and look and make sure. And usually you're right, but there are lots of applications here. So, but I'm glad you saw that and caught that. Just under a minute left. Any final comments from the panel? If you would please finalize your scores and we will move on to the next application. Sage Studio and Gallery. Hannah and Ashley are our primary and secondary. Yeah, and Hannah, whenever you're ready to begin.
Yeah, so we have Sage, a relatively new nonprofit that it has a creative space in East Austin, providing artists, adult artists with intellectual and development disabilities, materials, space, and support to produce, exhibit, and sell their art. Even though they're a relatively new nonprofit, they really have done a fantastic job with this proposal and provide a lot of compelling narrative of the work that they're doing and its impact for the institutionally marginalized community of artists with IDD within the IDD community that is their key constituency. As they continue to expand, more expansions or details on how intersectionalities of their work include ethnic and racial communities at risk for cultural or racial displacement would strengthen this proposal even more so. This was definitely one of the higher scoring, or they received a pretty high score from me on this. I thought I did have to dig a little deeper into kind of pulling out some of the details of their work with diverse communities. I saw that they did include more detail later on in the application that, frankly, they could have pulled to different parts and answers as well. So they also work with POC artists with IDD, which out of their 12 studio artists is four of those artists are people of color. They also have some compelling detail about how of the work they exhibited with artists last year, 33% were Black and African American and 22% were Hispanic Latino. I thought they provided a lot of amazing detail on how they provide a lot of avenues of economic and artistic opportunity to their artists and who receive 50% commission on par with what everyone else receives usually in studios, and online sales, group exhibitions. Their board leadership and executive leadership really shows and exemplifies a lot of breadth of experience within their key constituency. The artists have a lot of say in the decision-making and self-determination. So for community voice, they detail that really well on all the aspects artists have a say over, including final say on how their work is presented and priced. I thought it was very interesting how they also offer workshops on how to price your work and how to do commission-based work. There was an area I really enjoyed in this application. They have an art licensing workshop. I thought that was something new that I hadn't seen very much, especially with this specific community that they have for their key constituency. It's really important. They also offer or plan to offer courses. Actually, let me reread that they already offer assistance in terms of ensuring that contracts are very easy to read for artists and easy to understand. I think they put that in the parts of ESL accessibility. And I actually thought that was a very interesting and refreshing take, where English as a second language. Even though we're talking about other languages, there is also the factor of within contract work, it's very difficult to understand for a majority of people. And then they go an extra step in making contracts really easy to understand. They also provide some Spanish translations for all their materials as well.
Go ahead and go. So some things that I can add would be, Hannah mentioned that they do offer the workshops, including licensing for their artists, but they also, I'm not sure if you mentioned they seek out opportunities for their community, for their artists to teach themselves. And then also some networking opportunities. I know you mentioned that. I think you covered everything really well. But what the plans with the Elevate funds would be to go towards hiring a professional native speaking translator to translate everything into Spanish and provide translation services in person to artists and their families as needed. They do mention that they also want to increase their budget for marketing and advertising and enable a more proactive outreach to media outlets, which has largely been in kind in the past. And I just have one last note that their budget was very clear. And includes payments to artists and administrators, and I didn't see any deficits. That's all.
Thank you, Ashley. I'd like to invite any other panelists that may have anything to add.
If there are no additional comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And while you're finalizing your scores, we are going to slightly switch applications. Hector needs to be leaving around 5:15, so we want to do Austin Music Foundation next. A reminder, both for those watching live and for anybody watching the recording, the panelists have reviewed all of these applications prior to today and scored them and commented on them. They can change their scores based on the feedback from other panelists. Since we are recording this, Hector will watch any that he missed to see if there are any panelist comments that make him want to change his score. Panelists are not required to change their score, but they can, depending on feedback from the other panelists. So with that being said, we will move on to Austin Music Foundation. Hector is our primary, Hannah is our secondary. And Hector, whenever you are ready to begin.
Thank you. I do want to start out by saying that they provide a very unique service. They connect community the music community to resources for economic growth. And they do that in a variety of ways. They do it through their live stream services that's called TuneUp, through workshops, through mixers, through performances, and one-on-one consultation with people that have experience with finances. They do focus on low-income musicians. They mention lifting the voices of marginalized communities. However, I did not see any evidence of how they do that. They also say that they talk about there's a diverse audience, diverse creatives, professionals that are diverse. However, again, I didn't get any idea of what does this diversity represent. They do not mention that. They do provide some information on their impact, which I found interesting. 50% of their program is focused on the underrepresented voices. However, they mention, and it's an acronym, ALAANA, and unfortunately, I tried to find out who that is, and I couldn't. So I'm not sure, even though they provide that information, I'm not sure who those voices are. So maybe somebody can let me know at some point. They also mention advancing BIPOC through ADP. Again, I know of ADP, but I'm not sure if it's the same agency. They deal with finances and salary in businesses. So but I'm not sure what that meant. 60%, let's see. They also mentioned that they empower artists, 64% being a minority. But however, again, they don't. They say they address inequality, but I'm not sure how. They don't explain how they do that. So it's very, very general information. The board is made up of BIPOC, 57% female, identified 20, and they want to increase. They realize that they do not have enough representation, so they want to increase that in this coming year. Then they give a number up to 20%. They want BIPOC representation. And again, they mentioned a little further down is that they strive to address the needs of minority groups. As far as how they hear from the community, I'm not sure that they have a reach to the general community. I got a sense that the voices that they talk about are the people that their staff, people that they represent, and those that they serve. But again, I'm not. They don't provide any evidence of how they reach out to the general community. But they do say that they plan to reach out to agencies to amplify underrepresented voices. They place an emphasis on DEI. However, again, most of what they describe there is very generic, very general, not much specifics as to how they do that. Intersectionality, again, it's a very similar comment that they say that they actively address vulnerability of race, class, gender, and other identities. And they said that 50% of program, again, 50% of program features ALAANA constituents. And I'm curious to know who that is, because they didn't tell me. They didn't tell us, right? They explain the great opportunity for economic development. They do provide opportunities for volunteers. They do a lot of great networking. They do offer paid performances. They mention the use of ADA facilities, but again, very generic, not many specifics. They do say, though, that they connect their constituency to other social health and other services that they may need. So I think that's really great. That's not answering the accessibility question, but they are providing a great service. They're saying here that they're considering services for Spanish speakers, and they actually list 3 strategies that they say that they're going to do. They're going to hire language-specific consultants that speak fluent languages other than English. Written translations that they also want to do during their workshops, and community partnerships. They want to reach out to local organizations and communities that serve non-English speaking populations. And their budget was very detailed. They explain how they will be spending their money. So no issues there. And that's the end of my notes.
Thank you. Before we move on to the secondary, I think your comment stands, Hector, about spelling out what ALANA stands for. It is a term that the Cultural Arts Division used before BIPOC, which stands for African, Latin, Arab, Asian, and Native American. So it's just a term to use like BIPOC instead of minority. With that being said, we'll move on to secondary. Hannah? Yes, Hannah.
Yeah. Thank you for all your comments, Hector. I thought in the cultural leadership area, they had strong answer and bios for the board and executive leadership, which I really enjoyed reading through. And I thought that made for a strong response in this area. More specifics on how reducing the board will lead towards more ALANA representation would be appreciated. And would add to the strength of this answer. The rich and frequent feedback model they have from their musicians was really a plus in the community voice area. I would like to know more about how like what is done after the feedback is received, or hear about an example of what was an action that was taken after receiving the feedback as a direct result. I actually felt like the intersectionality and inclusion answer was quite good. They specifically reference a musician who has a lot of intersectionalities in terms of being BIPOC, LGBTQ, and low income. Maybe what it could be is that in this area, they could speak more to which of the programs. They say actively participated in our programs, but maybe it's like which parts of the different programs did they participate in that relates to all the different intersectionalities. Would be a little bit more helpful and clear in that answer. But yeah, that was the most of my thoughts here.
We have 2 minutes left. I'd like to invite other panelists to contribute. Go ahead, B.
Yeah, so as Hector would point out, they don't offer anything beyond the ADA, but also the disability section was the only time that disability was referenced. It was never brought up as any sort of demographic component, which appears to be a short stay of the organization, given the potential of what could be done to service the community, both in terms of audience, but also in terms of participation, staff volunteering, etc. As a general rule, like for all the applicants, the more specificity you can provide, and I know that there's character limits, just the better it will be in terms of us being able to dissect, because we don't necessarily have that information at our fingertips. I'll say that my score may have been able to be higher if I had more of that demographic specificity in terms of the people that they're serving. They definitely serve a wide range of people, and so it can be hard on our end. We want all of you to succeed to the best extent possible. So for future applications, break it down, and if you don't have that data now, start collecting it. It's going to help you with grant applications in the future.
About 20 seconds left. Any additional comments from the panel? If not, if you will please finalize your scores. So that was Austin Music Foundation. Again, we went slightly out of order. We will be going to Center for Women and Their Work. I believe that may have been initially submitted as Women and Their Work. So just make sure you're looking at the correct application. Center for Women and Their Work. Application ID is 016062-W4B9M8. Hector will be leaving soon. I don't know if he will be staying for this application, but again, since this is being recorded, Hector will take a look at the recording for the application or applications that he misses to see if that provides any changes. We will also be sure to provide Hector's comments to the rest of the panel. So that way, if any of his comments are different from anything that you had to say and changes your scores. So with that being said, Center for Women and Their Work, Karen and Hannah are our primary and secondary. Karen, whenever you are ready to begin.
Sure. So Center for Women in the Work is a multidisciplinary arts hub that aims at amplifying, elevating, and supporting arts practice in multiple media and disciplinary practices: visual art, music, dance, theater, spoken word. It was founded by activists in 1978 to confront sexism, racism, and homophobia in the arts. They're specifically applying for their project name is Elevating Community Voices through Art. In general, they want to expand their service to the community by expanding their staff, presenting a solo exhibition by an Austin artist, and produce a group exhibition organized by a guest curator. In their long history, they've hosted 333 exhibitions, served over 1,000 underserved. Every year they serve over 1,000 underserved students. They specifically focus on women and LGBTQ artists. They began with the Black Arts Alliance. Their work is often shared on NPR and has been shown at the Metropolitan Museum. The board is all women with a good diversity of different identity groups. It includes a number of artists. One of the things I appreciated about the sort of their engagement with community is that artists have previously been exhibited, often become jurors. There's a recurring, they host a sponsor recurring Best Gallery Award. I would have liked some more specifics in their discussion of identity and inclusion. They're impressively when coming to community benefit and community relationships. The new space that they acquired in 2020 was funded almost entirely by small donations. Since then, they all continue to return to the community by subsidizing space rentals. The funding in part will help possibly provide salary for a new outreach coordinator. Their itemized budget was nicely detailed, explaining a recent deficit as well as a clawback from the building purchase. And they had both of their letters were from previously supported artists. The second letter was particularly effective in highlighting the history of the organization and many judicious handling of various decisions over the organizational history.
Thank you. Secondary, Hannah?
Yeah, Karen did a fantastic job. This application scored fairly high for me. I mean, they're just stellar examples of distributed power and strong cultural leadership. That how they helped to the Black Arts Alliance with sharing space in the beginning and fiscally sponsoring them, I thought was a really important point in history of service. And that curatorial process that's community led is fantastic. I thought they were very specific in this area and explaining how the BIPOC communities are involved. I do think for cultural activities in this area, they talk about wanting to fund that outreach position, which counters systemic racism and sexism. It wasn't clear to me if this person is tasked with that specifically, or if this position, like how would it counter systemic racism and sexism? That's I think a pretty broad and big task at that. So a little bit more explanation there would have been nice. But yeah, overall, it was a strong application. Really enjoyed reading it.
We'd like to invite other panelists to add anything you may have.
B, go ahead. I saw Priscilla who was muted.
Yeah, B. Yeah.
That's all right. We're towards the end of the day. We're all so overall, it was a very, very strong application. And there's a lot of interesting intersectionality that's going on. I did want more info on their program for AISD individuals and what is the potential economic benefit of them. And in the accessibility section, even though they do direct work with disabled people, they use the term completely accessible multiple times. And that is a variation of fully accessible. And to be clear, that's an impossibility. And that serves to remove autonomy away from disabled people like me. Although I will say a restroom that is completely accessible would be like my dream come true. So if they do find a way, I'd be very interested, but really remarkable work in general, really needed work. So good job.
Any additional comments from other panelists? If not, if you would please finalize your scores, and we will move on to our final application for the day. Blue Lapis Light. Oh, let me start my timer. Blue Lapis Light. B is our primary. Karen is our secondary. And B, whenever you're ready to begin.
Okay, last one for the day and for the group. This is specifically for Belonging to Universe, which is about connectivity in relationships with community, connectivity with global community, and with the natural world. In general, this is their mission is to create transcendent works of beauty that are offered as prayers for the planet by creating site-specific aerial dance works that align with our times and encompass our human experience. And they work to transform urban spaces and engage architecture with movement. In terms of service, over 75% of their attendees in this program are people of color between the ages of 12 and 21. And I guess specified for a youth program that they offer called Youth Taking Flight, although it's not clear if that is part of what they are asking for, which was a frequent frustration that I had in this application, that it appears that they were specifically arguing for a singular event that they do, although a big part of what they do. But at the same time, we're going into a lot of other programs that would not appear to be part of this grant, even though it very strongly could potentially qualify. They do have some wonderful breakdowns in terms of the various programs in general that they offer. When it comes to representation, they have reasonable levels of diversity, although we don't have a lot of information provided to us. But there is enough to assume a decent level of people across spectrum, and specifically women-led, which is very, very nice. They do have dialogues with the community, but it's not clear what the community's ability is to truly impact the programming. They do define equity as a primary goal, but we don't have specificity, even though they do note that a certain number of BIPOC people are being employed, certain number of queer people are being employed. We don't have the percentage demographic breakdowns to be able to make a more informed point. And although they do offer a disability program, there's no knowledge of disability employment that's at least provided. Their intersectionality answer was a bit vague, and sort of, lumps into anyone that's been excluded, when I was looking for a bit more specificity and perhaps creativity. When it comes to community relationships, I will say they have a ton of support. I went on their website, and there must have been 10 organizations alone that we've evaluated in our group set whose logos appeared on their website. So there's so much that's not even listed here because they didn't have the space to do so. They do prioritize paying individuals. I don't know if this is something that we can bring into consideration or not, but the primary event that they're advocating for is a month away. And I had some concerns about their ability to allocate the funds in such a quick manner. And then questions about what would happen if they did not get the funds in terms of their budget, given that they're advocating for an event that's in September. And that's a very, very tight turnaround. In the accessibility question, they largely avoided answering, although they do note that they don't need interpreters because the events don't have words. But for example, you could record with video so that those who cannot physically go to the site for one reason or another could watch your event. Just because there's no dialogue doesn't mean there's not things that can be done. And at least what's stated largely falls under the bare ADA minimum, or it's not even really defined, and it is a challenge of site-specific events. But the flip side is they do note that there's Spanish language elements on their website, as well as a little bit of money put aside in terms of marketing and community outreach. They have a reasonably detailed budget, including a decently defined marketing breakdown. And it shouldn't be too much of a surprise, but as a organization focusing on aerial dance, their footage options that you can view were mind-blowing. And that's all I got.
Thank you. Before we move on to the secondary, I just wanted to address what B had asked. I would not necessarily, unless it ties back to a specific review criterion, I wouldn't, worry about how the event happening in September, corresponds, whether they receive the money in a timely manner or not. That may or may not be evident in their budget, but unless it specifically ties back to a review criterion, and I don't want to take too much time up either, but I think you had mentioned maybe something about the full program or season, and while they can apply for all of that, they can also apply for a specific program, which it appears they're doing here. So with that being said, secondary, Karen, we have just over 3.5 minutes left.
B covered almost everything, so I don't have that much to add. Other than that, they do mention that they created and adopted their first strategic plan in 2023. So my understanding is that they're probably at a sort of new moment for them and as an organization in terms of understanding what they do. So I had that same question about sort of the timing of the event and the funding, but to their credit, they have I thought a very detailed budget, because not only, because it's a site-specific aerial dance company, their overhead is substantial for every performance, and I thought that was very clear. And so they're taking a risk on this production, whether they're funded or not, but presumably this is something that's within their strategic plan and what their vision is for their organization. So I had the same respect for their discussion of and concerns that B mentioned about sort of the ways in which they have 50% BIPOC performers, but is the content resonant with their performers and with their population and audiences? Just because something doesn't have language doesn't necessarily mean that it's transparent and accessible. So there are so many ways in which the organization could expand upon their ways of outreach in terms of bringing their art and their medium to different audiences. I always appreciate when an organization has a very clear service populations or audiences that they target. And in this case, Blue Lapis Light focuses on at-risk youth and also with, I believe, special needs audiences. And so their letters were both of their letters were from partner beneficiaries, one relating to at-risk youth and the other relating to a care facility. And I found both those letters very illuminating about the ways in which what they do, help bring something to audiences, not necessarily because it's dance, but because there's a kind of social connection that comes.
Thank you. We have about 1.5 minutes left. Any additional comments from the panel? If there are no further comments, if you would please finalize your scores. And before we quit the recording, Hector did have to leave. He heard most of the application. Oh no, Hector's still there.
No, Hector's here. James went out and came back in on his phone.
Came back in, and he's listening. So everybody is here. Okay. So, all right, we are good. And that is the Elevate panel. Thank you, everyone. We can stop recording.